Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Check 1, 2, baby. Come on, come on, come on. Dude, what is going on? Good morning, everybody. Hold on a second here. Having some Streamlabs issues. Having like internet issues this morning. Come on now. There we go. Sweet. Let's go right into it. All right, give me just a second here, boys and girls. Good morning, everybody. Woke up above the hourly trigger this morning, and we're currently trying to grind through a wall of supply here. Give me one quick second here, okay? We got some technical stuff I got to do. Just give me a quick second. Yeah, there's it's just like yesterday, right? We're like breaking through walls. We're going to go over today so there's some mechanics at play right now. A lot of this has to do with just a function of dealers, okay? So there's some, it's not quite horse trading, but you got dealers out there that are going to try to counteract some of the positive flows that are coming into the market this morning. And you've got, I'll share the gamma picture here in just a minute, but we're trying to break through a wall and then get to the next wall that's above at that fourth. I believe it's at 4:30, but we'll take a peek at it this morning. Give me just a couple more minutes here. I got some smart about technical issues in the background, so I got some stuff I got to do here. Just hold on. Be a long day, anyways. We're gonna be here till at least 4:30 or so.
In Geopolitics, U.S. Secretary of State Blinken spoke with Iraq's Prime Minister about the recent attacks.
I guess the simplest way to describe it would be that you've got
by Tickstrike.
the simplest way to try to simplify it for like easy brain
Forex and stock instruments.
would be you've got dealers just they're like plugging holes all over the market right now. Like, what do we have to chase? What do we not have to chase? What are we going to delta hedge? That kind of stuff. Delta hedge, retailers placing all of these bets. You can probably see that on Microsoft this morning as well. You can see it on Apple, Microsoft, a whole bunch of other things. It's funny, too. We got to talk about Apple at some point. I meant to bring it up yesterday. I think I might have spoken about Apple being. I think I did bring up yesterday being like, just pass on Apple. But there's a lot if you look around the internet, right? Not the internet, the stock market right now. There's a lot of, you'll call it rotation, but it's more just a function of the options market right now. Love you, STT, brother. Also, note to you this morning, there's a large, or not quite large, but downside range expansion down to 410 on SPY. Upside S3 targets, that 430 that we talked about yesterday. That's that Wednesday, 2 p.m. half hour candle out there. Morning, Maddie. How you doing, brother? Yeah, we got a lot of we got some work to do here, right? Give me. I'll be back. Just give me a few minutes. I got a few more things I got to do here. Good to see you, Matt. Though. Good morning, brother. Also note that R2 is up at 427.52. Just want to also give you a heads up today that if there is any rejection, if we can't break through this supply here that's on Bookmap, that range expansion, I think I said it a few minutes ago, has some downside targets reaching as far down as that 410. So that 410 to the downside is open. So be aware of it to the downside there.
So the U.S. Federal Reserve Board votes to approve the final update rules enforcing the Community Reinvestment Act, or the CRA.
I also have a note for you here that if you let me see if I can bring this up really quick.
So oil prices are extending losses here with Brent and WTI futures falling by $1 a barrel now. So that's a US oil down by around 2% on the session.
Here's that. It's weird. Everybody talked about my boy Billy Ackman yesterday, but nobody wanted to talk about Larry Fink because Larry Fink was on that trade as well. Here's your 10-year yield right here. Here's where known supply was. We charted this out for you a while ago, right? Remember the whole GS thing? Get the Goldman Sachs guys saying sideways, then continuation of the upside. You got Bill Ackman, Larry Fink. Projection of the 5%. We went up there, tagged it, right? And you see the selling pressure coming in, Watch how it's just parked on trend right now. Let's keep your eye on that. We want to see more rejection and selling coming in here. So far, there is some support here above the hourly on the HT. So just be watching the market here for a roll in the equities market. This continues to go higher. You guys want to screenshot that at home? You can. We charted this out a little while ago. Take a look at that right there. That's this. This is what it's all holding on. Need that hourly to come down and smash this down to that 465 and then that 415. Half hour velocity on SPY is still bullish and growing right now. Let me bring it back to the 30-minute here so you can see it. So 30-minute velo is what you're looking for here, and you're watching all this nice dip buying down here, and then we're looking for this now to grow and become positive. There is some kind of an implication that dailies don't looking beautiful too. It's starting to turn around down here, so everything looks good right here. Let's see if I can squinch it up so you can see it better. Now there is some implication here that it's possible that today could be short-lived into the end of this day. So we'll see how the end of the day works itself out. At least Velo's saying at some point today there should be some weakness, either end of the day or possibly into these ERs. And I've got some concerns today as well about continuation for. We're going to look closely at Snap at some point. Some of these tickers. So last night I looked at. We've looked at a bunch of tickers on stream yesterday, and then after a stream I looked at some other tickers of reports today. There seems to be some front running going on. So I don't know if we'll look, because I've got some, not quite concerns, but some tickers look like they might have their runs pre-release. So we'll take a look at some of these tickers today. Yeah, U.S. 2-year yield has a bid this morning. Also, gilts too finding a bid this morning too. Don't seem to be impacting the market at all. Remember, right? Remember what they tell you, right? Yields always matter, right? That's what they tell you on the internet. They're not mattering right now, are they? So come on out there, find out. Let me know when they matter.
And so the S&P 500 is extending gains up 0.8% now. Dow Jones up 1%.
Just heads up, as long as GME holds 1350, right now trading 1398, you're targeting to the upside. Targeting the upside 1548 on GME. AMC, you're looking for 934, 928 to jump on that one. AMC with an upside target of 1036. Now, it did just have reversal pretty close to its daily trigger. So you're going to be looking for that. That 928 on AMC is going to be your springboard. Anything below that trade is over on AMC. GME, that 1350, you're buying that. When you want that trend to stay alive is right on that 1350. Also note that Snap is trading off of its. Let's see if I can do something here. Give me a quick second here. I gotta add a. How do I add a? I gotta add a scene. So I got a Snap coming into resistance. They just rejected off their weekly trigger at $9.99. Expect another rebuy at $9.57. They could get trapped in here as well. So reminder about Snap, it's kind of boxed in. It needs the help of the hourly trigger at $9.50 and the daily trigger at $9.21 to break above that weekly trigger. That weekly trigger is on the downside right now. It's been a springboard for a downside move. Let's go over to Snap really quick. We're going to take a look at Snap here. Go to a 30-minute chart on Snap. So you can see it. They had a pin strike this morning right at $9.99. Now, the thing about Snap is for it to break above, it's going to need the help of this hourly trigger and this daily trigger. And, of course, that's ER report if you're looking for that bullish breakout. And even if it has a good ER, you're going to expect pullbacks. Like any kind of squeezing that you see happen are still going to come back until that daily trigger crosses, that hourly trigger crosses, and needs to springboard off that daily and hourly. That's that green line, that yellow line down here. Had the bullish cross back over here yesterday. So expect violence here if it is going to begin to break above. We do have that nice fat turn on the daily velo down here. Not quite peaked out yet, but still be buying that until we break. If you want to see trend, a stoppage of trend here, you're looking for below 920 or 877. I wouldn't doubt this to get erased at some point, if not today, at some point. So you're still looking for a dip buy down here to buy. Could be a liquidation break at some point, and then swings back up to that hourly trigger. Might get a second buy on Snap. Take a look at NDX really quick. NDX right now, this is NASDAQ, just trying to gather itself up, right? Try to squeeze above here. NASDAQ looks great, by the way, in the 30-minute charts. NASDAQ 30-minute charts looks gorgeous for a huge squeeze here. If you watch NASDAQ, got a nice curve here, nice curve, nice curve, nice curve. Just waiting for that explosive move higher to 14,935. NASDAQ looking very explosive here. Still not above the hourly trigger yet on NASDAQ, so let's take a peek. We'll look at NQ2. And we'll look at Qs. It's a NDX 1 minute chart. One quick second. I got a slow computing going on right now. Just like Spoos yesterday, too, you're looking for help from the 30-minute, the 5-minute, the 1 minute to not only break, but start pushing this up. No. I also have a 30-minute cross happening right now on the hourly trigger. I'm going to bring your attention to this cross that's taking place right now in the background down here. This one can be very powerful, so looking for a dip buy on that cross as it happens. Yeah, quick second here. I'll be right back with you guys. You guys do me a solid and just type some comments into the comments on Twitch and YouTube. Seem to be having like a chat issue showing up. Chat showing up. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Stacy. How are you? There you go. Thanks. I appreciate that. Thanks for saying something. Yeah, it's showing up now. I'm not seeing YouTube chat showing up on that chat scroller though. I only see I don't see Permbil, Tom, Chase, Winters, Centroids, Rocket Surgeon. Morning, Centroids. How are you, brother? Permbil, Tom. Dude, why is it not showing you guys are used to me asking you a bunch of questions, don't you? For some reason, I'm not showing YouTube chat on the scroller. That's why I'm wondering. Let's take a look at it. Find out why it's not. There we go. There's YouTube. All right. Awesome sauce. All right. I'll be right back. Give me just a couple seconds. I'm going to grab some coffee. Yeah, it kicked in, but it took a few minutes. I don't know why. I don't know, like, not know why. Know or don't know why, but Streamlabs sometimes, man, it's more have more technical difficulties. Hold on here.
So the Kremlin says Putin and Turkey's Erdogan are to discuss the Middle East. Oil prices extend losses. The Brent and WTI crude fall by $2 a barrel to a session low.
Hold on. All right, just you're on live right now, Joe. You're on live, brother. Okay, so just a heads up here. You see that rug pull right there? Just be aware of it. Let me put you back in the mic. Say good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
Oh yeah, say it again.
Joe. How you doing, everyone? Cap and I are busy, figuring out all the world's problems on the phone.
You know, I'll probably bring it up right now in the stream and let them maybe we'll start a discussion and see what people have to say about it.
Right.
Yeah, we'll get them all fired up on the chat here. Hold on, let me call you back. I'm gonna bring up that post to everybody. All right, later, brother. Bye. All right, here. Hold on. Don't forget to buy puts. Hello, in second here, guys. I love you guys watching out for me, by the way. All right, hold on. So we're gonna talk about a post that I made yesterday. So Joe Donut and I have been in a argument for days now. Seems like it's been longer than days, but and so of course we're trading posts all over the internet and Twitter, and I'm talking about a post that I made, the one from yesterday. So let's take a look at this post, see if we can find it here. It's been an ongoing conversation that we've been having. We'll preface it like this. So let's start the. Hold on, how do I? Let me think about this talk that I want to have. This brief morning discussion that I want to have with you. This has been an ongoing conversation that we've been having, and this conversation led into yesterday. As a matter of fact, I made some posts yesterday. I did. So it's been an ongoing, continuing thing. Now, I'm not going to start way back at the beginning, but one of our this has been an ongoing discussion. This ongoing discussion is now. Yesterday came into looking at are we in wage spiral or not, and like the cheapness of money in the different places. You know, it's not all about the dollar going negative or going down to 5 cents, or inflation plays a role in this, and then wage spiral, all kinds of stuff, right? So, but the cheapness of money, in this part of this conversation we were having yesterday was when I was young, right? There was when I was really young, there was minimum wage increases, stuff like that. Before I was an adult, as a baby, and pricing, or let's say if you're an employee, right? There was some expectation of what you'd make for money that stayed pretty consistent for most of my adult life.
On X, or formerly known as Twitter, so the U.S. Rep Scott is eliminated from the House Speaker race.
Now we're not talking about the cost of living. We're talking about things like, what would be an example, like minimum wage. Let's say it was $10 an hour. It was like $10 an hour for like 20, 30 years, right? And then we're talking about no risk to that. No risk to that. Any change to that, right? So over the decades,
credit and funding costs weigh on U.S. regional banks' third quarter earnings.
Over the decades, right? You have a stability in wage. Generally, a rough stability in wages. Now, the cost of living, there has not been that stability. Now, but it hasn't been wild either. So let's say you bought hamburger meat and it was 99 cents a pound. There was slow creep in cost to $3, $4 a pound over the decades. Wages never followed, right? And so you had some wage stability, and we know that the facts are that past 20, 30 years, your quality of life has gone down. Your cost of living has gone up. Slowly over time, though, not huge, but slowly. Matter of fact, you might know when you were young, your parents might say, oh, we're going to wait until hamburger goes on sale, and then we'll buy it when it's $2.99 or $2 or whatever it is, right? Now, you're always like trying to get your goggles out here, your binoculars, and look for.
So just seeing via sources on Twitter, so the ticker for BlackRock Spot Bitcoin ETF is no longer listed on the DTCC website. So again, there's the ticker for the BlackRock Spot Bitcoin ETF is no longer listed on the DTCC website.
Coming down here to check this cross right now and make sure. So just so you can see this, you're watching right now a check of this cross here. So watch this cross as it's taking place here. And they're going to check to make sure that there's still demand. Is there still demand or not still demand in this cross that's taking place? Talked about this coming out, and you're watching coming right down here to see if these buyers are actually here or not, right? So anyways, there's like wage stability, and there was cost of living creep, but still stability over decades, right? And then COVID happened and things got wild, right? Now, if I'm a producer of hamburger or eggs, we can use eggs, hamburger, doesn't matter, right? As a matter of fact, this is very true. My family has a large ranch in Montana, and there are times when it's good to raise cattle. There's other times when it's better to raise llama for their coats, right? Sometimes better to raise wheat or grain, all kind, depending on what products out there that you can maximize your profit is what they will raise or grow. Now, COVID happens and you see what happens out there, right? Well, anyways, if you're a producer, if I sell you beef, right? I already know that let's say I'm manufacturing, I'm part of the manufacturing in the retail process of selling ground beef, okay? It's a very simplified thing here, ground beef. I know that only every 20, 30 years can I raise my prices permanently. So let's say I have my price of beef is $1, right? $1. I know that for the next decade, I just raised my prices to $1. I know I'm going to plan for not being able to raise permanently the price of ground beef for likely 10 to 30 years, maybe 10 to 20, 10 to 30. Now, from time to time, those prices can fluctuate. That ground beef might go to $1.50 for 6 months or 3 months. It might go to $2 for a quick spike and then back down to $1, right? You can remember being a kid, and your parents likely say, oh, that's on sale, so I'm going to go buy it, right? You probably heard your parents say, have you noticed that ground beef has not come down from $1.50 now? Now it's $1.50, but 5 years have passed, right? So slow increase in the cost of ground beef, but no major shock permanent changes. And this is built into the production of these goods. These producers know that they can't permanently raise prices. They can't go from $1 to $5 in 5 years and hold it there permanently. Now, in COVID, that all changed. Some of it was for good reason, and some of it was not. And some of it was because producers understood that they only have so many opportunities to permanently raise the prices of goods and services. Okay? So an easy way to see this is in McDonald's hamburgers. If you look back in history, they've only gone up in price permanently. And most recently, if you go to eat fast food, what do you get and how much do you pay for what you get? All right? And you don't get much, do you? As a matter of fact, your services in some of that have gone down. You've seen dining rooms close. You've seen automation. You've seen less workers, right? And you've seen lesser quality. And you've seen shrinkage, right? You've seen shrinkage and all kinds of stuff, right? You're not seeing the exact same thing that you used to see. Matter of fact, you see some of these fast food joints are saying no more as many sodas as you want. You get one soda. That's it. Oh, and your dining room is closed. Oh, and our hours are no longer 24. And no, you can't have breakfast 24 hours a day, right? So you're seeing this major shift. This is an opportunity for producers to raise their prices permanently. This is one of those moments. If you're young, you may not understand this or have experience with this. In the next 20, 30 years, you will remember these moments and say, hey, I've seen this happen 20, 30 years ago during COVID, and it's happening once again, right? And you'll have this experience that you're going through right now with producers of goods and services. So we were discussing yesterday how we got in with this conversation has evolved into this point where we were discussing wage spiral and wage growth and how you could look over the years and not see it too glaring. Like you'd see the slow march and progress up, but not wages catching up in any meaningful way. Slow pace, but not anything meaningful. And So Joe had made some great posts that if you look at the 2023 numbers, everything looks great out there. If you look at the Fed numbers, it like the numbers, they're not fudged, but they're kind of fudged, right? And if you look back 20, 30 years, there was no cause for concern or alarm. Now, this past year, even though the numbers are still on the surface there, they look still kind of okay or in line. There's an underbelly of wage spiral growth that actually is going on. And another fascinating part of this is who makes those changes? Who impacts wage spiral growth? And we were talking yesterday, and my discussion with Joe centered upon, does like an office worker that like a low-level office worker, let's say right now they make $15 an hour or between 15 and 20. Let's say you work in, give me a U.S. corporation, like a large corporate office environment. Like, how about a healthcare company like Aetna, right? So they got office workers all over the United States, right? If you're a low-level office worker for Aetna, you probably make what? $15 an hour, $20 an hour. You're probably not going to, your job is likely not going to impact wage spiral growth, okay? You're not going to be a motivator or a driver of wages going up. But there are some professions out there that are leading indicators or leading, hey, you might see a sea change in wages going up. One of those places is a lower paid employee, someone that makes minimum wage, $10 an hour. So I posted yesterday, 23 states have asked have passed a higher minimum wage standards, right? I employ laborers. I could get away with paying a laborer, like a bottom rung laborer, somewhere between $10 and $20. Today, for the cost of living for a laborer, I can't get away with paying them anything less than $30 an hour. I see signs for pavers and stuff like that for rinky-dink companies paying their laborers $30 an hour. You see unions across the nation signing new agreements, but like the UAW is like one of the last unions to be renegotiating their contracts. UPS, FedEx, railroad workers, Hollywood, you name it, everyone's renegotiating, right? Now that is unusual. That is unusual. The raising of minimum wage is unusual. Now that's not impacting, and my take is that that's not impacting wage spiral growth in these metrics that are put out by the Fed, okay? Because of that office worker working across America, this large group of the bureaucracy of corporate business, they're not impacted yet, right? So that person at Aetna might only be making $15 an hour, $20 an hour, right? But there are other parts of our workforce that are getting higher wages. So it creates this disparity where you might have had a McDonald's worker making 10 an hour, and then you have the one step up of an office worker making 15, maybe 20. It's not a livable wage, but it's higher than that worker, right? There's some structure. Now, if you start to make the McDonald's worker, you say to the McDonald's worker, hey, you're now making 15. And hey, Mr. Laborer out there, Mrs. Laborer out there shoveling dirt off the side of the road, you're now making 15, right? Or 20 or 30. That office worker might not be the driver of higher wages. And they are probably the bulk, not the problem, we already know that they're the bulk of our workforce, but they're not going to want to make less than what these bottom rung workers are making, right? So there will be like a drag along for the rest of this workforce. Do you get what I'm saying? So if this office worker is now making less than someone flipping hamburger patties, eventually these corporations will have to pay it. You can see this right now in this tug of war amongst the big talking heads and the corporations and the companies out there in the United States, where they don't want to pay these office workers. They don't want to get someone from Aetna making 15 to 20 and have to start paying them 20 to 30 an hour. And that's a large part of our workforce, right? But those macerations are there, though, unlike any time in the past 20 or 30 years. So although we're saying we don't have wage price spiral, there are the mechanics of it happening in the background. And those impacts should be felt over the next 2 to 4 years. As a matter of fact, that UPS contract and a bunch of other unions and other workforce out there, as they begin to institute these higher wages, you should see a kind of a come along and drag along of the rest of the United States workforce to higher wages that should still show itself in the coming 2 or 3, 4 years. And there's a lot of impact from that in our system, in our society, right? If you're making more money as a UPS driver and you rent a house from me, and I know in 3, 4 years you're making some pretty good money, right? I'm going to ask you to pay me more rent. If I sell you hamburger, I'm going to ask you to pay more for your hamburger or your burgers from McDonald's. And if there's a window as a corporation, if I'm a corporation, I can do 2 things. I can, for as long as possible, try to crush wages and implement a higher price structure. I get to capture a ton of profit, even if that window is only 4, 5, 10 years, something like that. Does that make sense to you out there? Hopefully it does, right? At me as a corporation, I already know. I've already got smart people telling me that wages are going to spiral, unusually spiral to the upside. So I'm going to try to crush those wages as much as I possibly can. And for the people that are making that money or expected to make that money, I'm also going to slam in higher prices for goods and services, right? Maximize my profit on that bell curve for the next 10 or 20 or 30 years so that I can hold those prices higher. So our discussion yesterday, we were on the phone yesterday talking about this, and the question became is everything normal or is it really not? Now, that led into a post that I made on Twitter yesterday. We're coming in here to test that. Testing that right now, see if this holds or not. I'm trying to watch this, see if it holds or not, or if it rejects and we start sending it to the downside. I'm going to keep a real close eye on this down here. So if you're looking, so this post that I made yesterday had to do with young people under the age of 35. And what I posted yesterday, I made a post that said, median net worth of people under 35 years old. The category with the lowest net worth was $39,000 in 2022. A giant increase since 2019 when it was $16,000. And I wrote, Ibiza, here they come. Now, that was just a quip, right? But inside of that post, someone asked me a question. They said, a statement. They said, I think those numbers are wrong. And I wrote, the Fed does like to fudge. And then I continued on with more statement where I said, also, there are also a lot of dynamics at play here. A lot of young people cannot afford life. So there is a significant portion of them still living at their parents' home. We have one of the largest increases in kids today not leaving home, more so than the past since 1950s, since World War II. People came back from World War II and they started to make suburbia, they started to get mortgages for houses and all that kind of stuff. And so right now we have a massive increase in young people not having the ability to leave home. They also have to take on more roommates than ever before, And a lot of them are actually homeless, living out of their
Hezbollah says
cars,
strike,
believe
but
it or
they've
not.
striked Israeli posts with guided missiles. So just to repeat that, there, Hezbollah saying they've struck Israeli posts with guided missiles.
Guided missiles.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
So on the surface of this, it looks like kids today are better off. Now, let's say I'm a young person today. I'm 18, 20 years old. I go to college. I get out. I've got huge college debt. I can't afford the cost. So I can get this R1 or this S1 for you here. Remember that downside. S1 is at 417.35, way, way down there. So if you're looking, let me see if let me post that. So on the surface, you'd say to yourself, hey, everything looks great for a young person out there. Everything should be fine. Oh, there, I already put it in there. It's already in there. It's right here. Hang tight 1 second here. Good. S1. There's that S1 down there. So the idea on the surface is, hey, kids are better off than they've ever been. But that's because they're either living at home able to save their money, right? So push that up for you right there. So they're able to stay at home and save their money. So they have more money on their person that because of the high number of kids that are now staying at home, unlike before. But there's an even scarier prospect here that the class of young people that are not living at home, not homeless, not having a roommate situation, that are actually out there having their own apartments or first-time houses or whatever, their cost of living is through the roof. With those high savings for the kids that are staying home, that almost doubling of savings is the impact of the inflationary and cost of living increases that young people are encountering, which is wild right now, absolutely wild. And you look at those numbers here. So I said on the surface it looks great, but it is more a function of being able to save in less than ideal circumstances from the point of view of young people. Remember, if you don't have those savings, it is likely because all of your money that you are making is to pay for the things that the people mentioned above do not have to pay for. The increase is likely tied to their inability to make it on their own. So that increase in savings, though might look like a boon to this younger generation, it is actually not. It's actually showing the amount of money that a young person needs to make. Now, this is seen by companies and corporations out there. This is seen by unions. This is seen by construction workers. Now, you got a laborer that's just a laborer out there. You have a laborer that goes out there, works all day long, right? And he gets done, or she gets done, and she can't afford McDonald's. She can't afford clothes that don't fall apart because it's throwaway fashion. She can't afford the child care that her kid has to go through, the insurance, the medical insurance, the licenses and registrations, the rent, like all I was looking at an article yesterday. There was somebody charging to change brakes on a vehicle, $800 fucking dollars to change brakes at a repair shop. Unreal. $800 to pay for to have someone have their brakes paid or brakes changed. So the cost of living for these young people is out of control, absolutely out of control. And it's reflected in the savings of the kids that are staying back to live with their parents. Shockingly enough, right? Where you think kids are doing better, the ones that are actually paying right now out on their own they're getting demolished out there. And you have the rise of kids having what do they call them? Side hustles. You got kids having second, third jobs, trying to make it out there without parents to take care of them or friends to share costs with. So it's just kind of wild and eye-opening. And so we were discussing this yesterday. I made some of these posts yesterday, and the real question becomes the cheapness of money and the expectation of cheapness of money. Now, even though a corporation may not want to pay the office worker right now, there's likely smarter people out there that say, well, we know we have to pay these office workers one day. We'll give them wage stagnation, make them work a second, third job or a side hustle and squeeze them as long as possible. And we'll raise our prices and maximize our profits until we have to give in. And you're seeing some weakness in that in our workforce. You're seeing it in the new union contracts being renegotiated. You saw it with the airline pilots. You're seeing it with Hollywood. You're seeing it with
make no mistake,
auto workers, all kinds of other unions. You're seeing it with UPS drivers, you name it. You're seeing it. You're seeing it with minimum wage reform across the country happening. So, will it? What does that paint a picture for the future? And one of the cards, or one of the tells, right? The tells, like playing a poker game, that everyone knows it's going to happen, is watching like UPS saying, hey, you'll make $120,000, $140,000. It'll take 4 years. We're going to pay that scaled over the next 4 years, but we already know it's coming. So there's like a tipping of the hand, even though the Fed is telling you, no, this isn't happening. No. Corporate America is already telling that it is going to happen. They've raised their prices. They're not bringing them back down. And they're giving some concession that, eventually we'll pay you that money that you need to deal with our higher prices. So the question becomes, in the next 4-5 years, is money going to be cheaper? And you might say, well, hey, Cap, the dollar's still worth $1.05 or $1, or it's not going to go negative, Cap. It doesn't have to go negative. It can just be worth less, right? You're paying more, and you're going to get paid more for goods and services. You're going to get paid more at your job, and you're going to pay more for those things that you want to have in life. So that is the conundrum, right? If that happens, someone yesterday mentioned to me, well, that's bad for the stock market. And I said, no, it's not. You're proving my point. If you're going to have cheapness in money, if everyone out there knows that your hamburger is going to go up and permanently it's going to go up, if eventually wages are going to catch up to that, right, then that would make the stock market cheap and undervalued. Not now, but in the next 5 years. So it doesn't mean that it's worth more. It doesn't. We're not talking about like is Apple worth more in 5 years or not. It's that money is cheaper in 5 years, 4 years. So that in and of itself makes these stocks cheaper, not as valuable. Does that make sense to you? So Apple today, let's say its fair value, just pretend its fair value was $100. In the next 5 years, it's not going to be, if the value was $100 in 5 year money from now, is not going to be the same. And even more crazily, because of this ramp in the cost of goods and this ramp in the wages that are being put out there, unlike any other time in the last 20 or 30 years, companies like Apple, their fair value, if it was $100, is way lower than it should be. So that argues that the stock market is going to become way undervalued in the next 4 years. Not overvalued, but undervalued. Now, some of you out there are saying, well, the Fed is going to put a stop to that, but we're not seeing it. Historically, we have not seen it. We have not seen hamburgers go back to 29 cents on Tuesdays, 39 cents on Wednesdays. We don't see gas at 20 cents a fucking gallon. We see wages booming right now. In the early phases of it, we see the late phases and the holding of the cost of goods and services staying high. Let me ask you a question. Have you seen less service when you go out to eat? Have you seen prices significantly come down? I haven't. The cost of me and living, my taxes, everything that I pay, my taxes, my services, my health care, you name it. Everywhere I go, everything that I do it costs a ton of money, tons of money. And I haven't seen any of that come down, even though they're fudging numbers. You know what it more is? It's like a tablespoon feeding you. You're going to accept this and you're going to like it. Does that make sense? Yeah, $800 brake change. $800 brake change. That was on Reddit yesterday. Matter of fact, it was at one of the top posts on Just Rolled Into the Shop. A mechanic said, hey, it was funny too because the mechanic thought he was in the right. He said, this person came in to change his brakes and they walked away and said, fuck you, I'm not paying $800. And the guy was like, can you believe that guy? And the whole comment section was, yeah, you know what? Fuck you, mechanic. $800 is out of fucking control. And I'm seeing it. I see it everywhere. Any and everything that I do is more expensive or lesser quality or less services. Like it's not what it was, right? I'm not getting, dude, Amazon, are they charging for returns now? They're charging more for their Amazon Prime. Do you get the same movies and TV shows that you once did? Do you still get the free shipping that's overnight anymore? Do you still get your groceries delivered for free anymore? Fuck no. They take all that stuff away, right? They charge more. You get less for what you were getting than you were getting before. Netflix shared passwords doesn't matter. Look around. It's all over the place. Are you getting tons of new movies on Netflix anymore? No. You're not getting any of that stuff, right? You're even getting cheaper production in foreign films and TV to say, hey, you should watch these movies and TV shows from these other countries, right? Not that they aren't any good, just that you can see it's just a cheaper product, right? That's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I said. Even one of these guys. Oh, let me bring up the. Let me bring this up. Let me bring this up for you guys. Hold on here. And there was outrage over this. Let me bring this up for you guys right now. I'll show it to you right now. Hold on here. I'll bring up the post. Let me see if I can find it here. Hold on. What am I looking for here? We're gonna talk about the West. Oh, we're gonna talk about the Arctic ice sheet at some point too, don't we? Dude, University of Michigan, man, and MSU. Michigan University is getting ragdolled right now. Oh, I was looking at Yacht Masters yesterday too. Those are nice. Can't seem to find the post. They must have deleted it. There was like such outrage yesterday. I bet this guy deleted that post. Yeah, it looks like a stop run to me. Coming back, retesting that hourly trigger once more. Hourly trigger's holding up just fine right now. Yeah, I just changed out my own brakes, and I ended up putting on new. Well, I was like, well, I'm gonna do my own brakes, right? So I'm gonna do my own brakes. So I was like, let's change out the rotors. We're already down there. Might as well change out the rotors. I didn't change. Yeah, I think I changed the calipers too, all the way around. The parts were expensive. It was a Cadillac Escalade. I changed all of them on the Escalade. I think it might have cost me $300 or $400. But even if you're at $150 an hour, what do you think it takes to change that? 2 hours of labor. That's what is that? 600. It's maybe 625, 650 on the high end. But $800, that's a lot of money, man, to be changing brakes. And especially, this, like, can I afford that to have it done? Yeah. Can I do it myself? Yes. Can I do it easily? Yeah, I got a garage. I got nice backyard. I've got the tools. But let's say I'm young, or let's say I'm a young person with kids, and I don't have all of that stuff, right? Let's say I'm working a job. How many of you out there working a job and could take a hit like that? $800 just off the cuff. Hey, you need to come up with $800 cash this week, and it's not going to hurt you. I don't know if you can or can't do that. How many of you out there how many of you out there are under 35 years old and your net worth is $30,000-$40,000 each? Like, even if you're married, your husband, your wife, whatever that is, do you guys each have 20,000 extra in cash lying around? Yes or no? You should. If you're not living, or you should have it, but if you don't, let me know. Or maybe you're living at home and you have it, or what's your situation assigned with that?
So Israel says we have targets on 3 cells on the border with Lebanon.
Yeah, you can resurface your own rotors. You can actually do it yourself. You can still do it. You can actually sand down your rotors if you so dare with a flat grinder. But not everybody knows that. I don't think everybody knows that. People have been doing that forever and ever and ever. You probably shouldn't be, but you can. You can resurface your own rotors if you like to. Let's see this over here. You got that big old band down here, right? The supply down here.
This stream is sponsored
You got
by
that
To The
giant
Get free
supply
daily
up in
points,
here, right?
Fibonacci and market profile levels.
You're gonna
by
go up there and
signing up
take out
at
all that
tickettick.com.
supply to the upside up here. So this leads me back to this whole entire thing, which is there's a thesis out there. So this whole conversation goes back to a thesis. And this thesis is where everyone's pushing their heels in. And this fear that's out there that's saying, I think it's like dual fear, and it's also a reality check. So it begs the question to you. Do you actually believe? Do you believe that the Fed will fight that inflation, the real inflation, this like coming sense of the cheapness of money in the next 4 to 5 years? And historically, they haven't fought it. Historically, we moved forward, and goods and services cost more, and we had a spike in it that is taking place right now with wage spiral and inflation. Now, inflation year over year is coming down. Now, let's say they pull this out of their ass. I mean, think about this. Think about this closely. At some point, you're going to have Jerome Powell come out there, and he's going to have a choice. Listen closely to this. He's going to say, hey, look, we beat inflation. We got down to our target of 2% year over year. Meanwhile, you're going to be looking and saying, well, wait a minute, wages have come up, and I'm still paying extremely more than I ever was, right? Why is he saying this? When in fact, right, once they hit that 2% target, guess what's going to happen? Inflation numbers will bounce and start to go higher again, right? They'll still actually go up, right? So they'll declare victory, right? Woo, we did it. Inflation will start rising again. The numbers will begin to rise. Nothing has changed, though. Your beef is still higher. Your wages are still higher, right? And then it comes back to the stock market. Stock market, because of the cheapness of money and because of the higher wages and the higher costs, will need to be repriced to the upside, not the downside. Or you're on the other side of that fence and you think to yourself, that's not going to happen, Cap. We're going to get prices down. We're going to get hamburgers at 39 cents, and we're going to get wages back down again. We're going to take these wages away from these people. We're going to tell that UPS worker on the next contract, fuck you, you ain't making 120 grand. You're going back to making 90 or 70 a year. Do you believe that? Because I'll tell you, historically, that is not what has happened. We've actually gone up and up and up and up. If that is the case, then that means that our stock market is going to get repriced higher. So when you see people out there saying, hey, expect 5,000, expect 6,000, they mean it. When you hear people like, who's my guy back here? Let me go back here and look at this. Who's my guy back here? When you see that guy over there telling you that we're going to 6,000, the reason he's telling you that is not because he's necessarily really bullish. He's not bullish. He's just saying, hey, your money is going to be worthless. And so the stock market will demand to go higher to meet that worthlessness of money, that cheapness of money. Does that make sense to you? So if you see people out there saying, hey, we should go to 5,000, we should go to 6,000, it's not because they're bulls. It's because they realize and know that historically your money is going to be worth less and less and less over time. And we just encountered a major ramp in both of those things. We're not in the middle of a 20 or 30-year cycle of producer pricing. Does that make sense? So if I'm making hamburgers and I only have an opportunity every 20 or 30 years to increase prices permanently with a major move higher, right? That would also say to you that you should expect a major run in the stock market in the coming 2, 3, 4, 5 years, maybe even a run for the next 10 years, because to catch up to this now new raising of prices across the board and payments across the board in wages, in the form of wages. Oh, so Beartown Sheriff saying he has redone his rotors himself. Yeah, you can definitely do those yourself. I was too like I thought to myself I should resurface my rotors, and I'm like I'm too old for that now. I make too much money. I'm like too cheap to pay for it to be done in a shop, but at the same time I was like fuck it, I'll just buy the rotors. So it's like a happy medium for myself. Mm-hmm. Let's see what you guys. Let me read what some of you guys are saying here. Hold on here. I'm reading YouTube comments right now. Centroid saying there was a shooting around here a couple weeks ago. 2 dead at a car repair shop over cost dispute. Yeah. The crazy part of that post was it was posted as, hey, fuck that guy not wanting to pay the $800. And the comment section of that post revolted and said, how about fuck you for charging $800? That's outrageous. And the further commenting in that post was, you know what? I can't afford that as a worker. I can't afford $800. That is why I'm outraged right now. I'm already got a job and a side hustle and a side hustle and a side hustle of some kind. And so the person, I don't know if it was a guy or girl, said, I'm going to go do it myself. And they end up taking the vehicle to leave and do their own brakes. Russian dude changed my brake pads, $50. Yeah. Why are puts so expensive on SPX? Because they want you to buy them. That's why. They want to offload them on you right now. They need you to buy all the puts out there. So, okay, someone just asked a good question. Ernie Aris Seeger said, why are puts for SPX so expensive? I'm going to tell you why. Everyone is loaded to the tits in puts. They need you to offload them. It's not going to be easy to offload them. You're seeing them being offloaded right now. So you gotta buy them so that we can go up. They can leave you holding the bags. You got to fund the next round of calls that are being bought right now. Parlay for days says, yes, I'm 31, net worth less than 700K. Parlays for days. Do you live at home? Do you own your own home? Does that include like mortgages, debt, all that other kind of stuff? Fama Blanca, that's me, Cap, living with my girlfriend down at beach, small ass studio. This is exactly why I learned how to do all my own labor. Yeah, so Fama, that's the point here, right? Would be if you can't stay at home, if you're actually taking care of yourself as a young person, your costs must be astronomical, right? They've got to be tens of thousands of dollars every single year. Rocket Surgeon saying, Evan Harrington, Rocket Surgeon saying, this is exactly why I learned how to do all my own labor. If you don't have if you don't have money, you better learn some skills. Influencing will get you nowhere. Jared King Rombald saying, yes, my partner and I are very stable. Parlays for days, but I moved out of SoCal for a more affordable life, moved to the Pacific Northwest. That's so what Parlay for Days is saying is one of the answers that I don't see offered to people frequently as an answer to this conundrum. So when I was a kid, we talk about on the show how like New York was a shithole, Boston was a shithole, California was a shithole, Florida was a shithole, right? All these places were shitholes, and people did move to these places because they were more affordable to make a life for themselves. So you might hear somebody today say, hey, I can't afford this, I can't afford that. And that is real. So what are your options there, right? Do you just stay in that unaffordable community, or do you find an affordable community? Some guy on Reddit this week posted that he bought a house for under $100,000 in Las Vegas, New Mexico. Was it the best looking house? Fuck no. But he got a house for $100,000. I'm sure this place is in your state where you live. If you were to ask a realtor, hey, can I get a house anywhere in this state or a nearby state that is more affordable? The answer is likely yes, but it might not be where you want to live. in this built-up area. Sunny Never Ends saying, I bought my own cement mixer because higher costs for equipment and labor were so high, built my own walls instead. Good job. I actually own a cement mixer as well, brother. I got a cement mixer I bought from Harbor Freight, one of those big orange ones that roll a rolling barrel. And I do a lot of my own cement mixing as well. Not all of it, but some of it. Evan Harrington chiming in saying, in all honesty, people should learn how to do most basic car labor, oil brakes. YouTube is a treasure trove with whatever work you need for every car. Yeah, that is something that is one of the like if there was a benefit of YouTube, YouTube is phenomenal. If you didn't have a mom or dad growing up and you wanted questions answered, today one of the benefits of the internet today is that you have a ton of surface information on hand on the internet, how to do something, right? Build a model, fix a car, wipe your ass, pick a toenail, pop a zit. You guys all like watching zit popping videos, right? Nobody ever taught you how to pop a zit. You can watch all those videos. Parlays for Day saying, I bought a primary with my wife. We do well. I'm in sales and she's a nurse. We own 3 other rental properties with a lot of equity and cash flow. Hell yeah, Parlays for Days. You've talked about how people need to move to make a life for yourself, and it's so spot on. There's still plenty of places people can move and so they can be happy. Yeah, minor brain surgery, absolutely. I think I feel like, or not just feel, but I don't see that directed at kids to say, or young people to say, you know what? You're not going to get what you want living in some bedroom community that has built up schools and built up roads and everything is perfect. You likely have to find some place that's more affordable. Might not be the best situation for you. You might have to remote work, or you might have to commute, but to have that better lifestyle. Let me see what you're saying on let me look over here at Twitch comments. If you can't do it by yourself, plumbers are going to clean up over the next decade. I agree with that. I've got a brother-in-law that's a plumber, and he has cleaned up. He makes more money than a lot of people. He makes a ton of money as a plumber. Yeah, the time it takes. I went with the Beartown Sheriff. I went with like the middle road. Fortunate enough to have a mechanic friend and buy them a bear. Yep, absolutely on that one too. Do your own work on everything you can't afford to hire anyone. Did I see the former meth house being sold in California for over $1 million? No, but I think I might have seen it. So let's talk about, how about this? If you had from whatever state you live in, do you know of a community that's affordable? I'll list a couple. How about West Valley, Utah, Las Vegas, New Mexico. I'm gonna get a couple more. California, outside of Stockton. There's a community outside of San Francisco. It's not Stockton, but it's not. I'm trying to think of the name of this community. Fresno. That's not Fresno. That's expensive. Hold on here. Let me look at a map here. California. We got Detroit, Dayton, Ohio, Cleveland, Pittsburgh. Believe it or not. What else? How about anybody from Minnesota have any communities? What state do you live in where there's a community that is actually affordable? Let's look at let me go. Not Stockton. Not Stocktown. No, Sacktown, baby. It's near Sacktown. Sacramento has some cheaper communities. What the hell is it? What the hell is the name of that community that's cheaper? It's near Sacramento. Is it Sacramento I'm thinking about? I can't remember. I've looked at houses out there. I guess Oakland. No, Oakland's expensive as fuck. Even the bad parts are still expensive as fuck. They've got other issues. Oh, Dino says he's got the same mixer from Harbor Freight and the wheels suck. Yeah, my wheels ripped off too, man. When the wheels ripped off my cement mixer. They didn't make it long at all. H-Bomb saying I've done so many things in my car, boat, house because of YouTube. I'm not mechanically inclined at all. You need to find those YouTube videos and wipe your own ass. Here we go. Lightbringer says Utah, West Valley, and Eagle Mountain. Elkhart, Indiana. The Midwest, right? In general. Iowa's got a ton of places. Texas, I know, has cheap communities. Iowa, Nebraska has some cheap communities as well. Affordable is relative. I don't know. So I get to fly anywhere I want. I can go anywhere I want. For my cost of living here is so cheap, I can go do whatever the fuck I want. Not San Jose. I disagree. San Jose is not cheap. That was I was misspeaking. I meant Sacramento. I forget what the name of the town is, but yeah, I like Redding too. Redding's great. I got a good friend that lives in Redding. A very long time friend of mine from California lives in Redding. Salem, Oregon. Someone's bringing up right now. Oh, dude, Roet's here. He just said he got married. Congratulations, Roet. Says, hey, Kat, it's been a while. I finally got married. Super happy for our life together. Looking for cheap thick sharpers in Maine. Any suggestions? Does anybody out there know any place cheap in Maine to live in Maine? Anybody out there know any cheap communities in Maine or affordable? Good to see you, Roet, by the way. AJ Mean is piping in saying, I own a commercial construction company and will still do stuff at home to save money on labor. Iona County in Michigan is cheaper. Rocket Surgeon saying. Kenny Banks saying Vacaville. Bakersville. Iowa, go Hawks. I'm a musician, a mariachi. It's a mediocre business model if you have a family, but man, it's fun and flexible. I live in Jacksonville, Florida. I think that's Portland or San Francisco here. North Florida. We got a little bit of a bleed coming out right now. Liquidation break in
Emma
Spoos.
wins the latest Republican speaker nomination ahead of the floor vote.
North Florida, Springfield and Urbana, Ohio are cheap. Roet saying I might just buy some land. So he'd be open to land in Maine as well. I just went and did a family reunion in Maine. There was no easy way to get there. We had to fly. We had to fly into Boston and then rent a car and drive. Where we were going was another 7 or 8 hours because their coastline is so huge in Maine. Beautiful in Maine, by the way. Let's take a look at this. Nothing down there, right? Got the first cross right here. See that first cross right there? Looking for a second cross right now. You got that one right there. See the cross? Looking for another cross right here. Oof. To the downside, baby. Goliath Flores saying property prices are so high. South Texas versus cheap. Yeah, was it West Texas still pretty cheap in some places? Yes and no. West Texas used to be really cheap. I was looking at some properties in Texas recently. I was talking to Joe yesterday about Tampa used to be cheap, and it's not anymore. Road saying he drove to Maine from New Jersey, took up to 12 hours in a Tesla. It took 12 hours to get up there. Yeah, I like Maine. Inventory. Housing crash from Bay Births way down. Airbnbs keep inventory off market. Record housing is being built. Yeah, I agree with that one too. Chase Winter saying dump this garbage down to 415, then 400. Yeah, I don't see 415. I see 410. There's a big giant gap down here too. Do you see this gap? There's a big giant gap. If you look at the bottom of my chart right here, there's a big giant gap down here. You see it right there? Big giant gap down there. I'm going to draw on that gap down there.
Seen the Palestinian foreign minister calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza to let aid into the strip.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
HYG not coming down as of yet. Still parked driving sideways. S&P weak right now. Yields catching that bounce. Dixie parked right now. 106.22. NASDAQ looking weak right now. Has the second roll coming in. We had the first roll earlier. Second roll, and this is a 5-minute chart that I'm looking at here. Apple rolling down right now. I'm going to bring this up so you can see it. A little bit more for gappage over here. A little bit more. So you can, if you want to see the gap, it's right here. Right there's that gap right down there. Almost got that gap closed right now. So I'm going to switch over and show you the gap. It's right there for you, so if you want to see that gap. Right down here. This is the gap going back to, I'm going to show it to you back here. Oh, that gap is right in here, baby. Whoop. Right down there. See all that buyers right here on that same gap? A little bit more gap left here. And you got S1 down at 417.35. A little more gap down here, too. If you will follow my cursor down here in the bottom of the, right down here is a little tiny bit more down there. Two little bits left on that gap left behind right now. Last of that gap is at 42.1.40. Not seeing much reaction from VIX at this point. Excuse me. Snap coming down into its half-hour trigger at 964 and 960. Talked about that earlier. Microsoft has 326.82 that you're looking for. 326.82. There goes the full gap that's just been taken out on SPY. Let's see if we can get down to the 417. If you are in puts, you want to be closing your puts right now. There is a target lower. It's at 417.35. The gap is now closed on SPOOs. Or on SPY at least. Let me check SPX really quick. Still more gap to go on SPX. So this is, if you look at SPX right here, there's still more gap down here to be closed. So likely more downside to come on SPY. $4218.79. So your bottom chart down here is SPX. None of this gap has been closed down here. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to this. Keep your eyes on the bottom chart down below. So you can go to the Weeble chart here. This is SPX right here.
According
So
to
you
two
guys can
security
see this.
sources, rockets attack Iraq's Ain al-Assad airbase, which hosts US and other international forces west of Baghdad.
VIX now finally starting to rise here. TNX still bloodbathing here. See if we can get something like that right there. Still more gap to close on SPX. That up. That one over there. Right there. Check Visa and Waste Management, Texas Instruments. Close that one up. Bounce here and SPY, but we'll look for a rejection up above here and see if it can come back down. If you look at the chart down below your bottom left hand side of your screen, so we can catch one more rip down here, close this gap up. Hang tight 1 second. I got to take a call from my daughter. Hello. Is this Josie? You're on your way home? Drive safe. I love you. Let me know when you're nearby. If you have any problems, give me a call. All right, bye-bye. I think I had my mic on. Sorry about that. I think I had my mic on. I was speaking to my daughter. Yeah, just keep your eyes on this SPX gap. It's still not closed down below here. And I'm looking for a bounce here. I got no more puts, so I'm looking to buy this bounce if I can catch this right down here. I don't like this like last little gap fill, because if they leave it behind and just start heading higher, and there's a gap right here too, so there's now a gap created right here. Yeah, I'm looking to enter some calls right here, but I'm not quite. Let me go over here and show you guys this. So this is SPX right here. This is the bounce squeeze higher. Now I'm thinking about buying calls here, but like sometimes I'll leave this stuff behind. But I'm really looking for just to retest that 1 minute and then the quick closure, and then we're out of here. A little bit more down to go here. A little bit more. It's 4218.79. 4218.79. I don't see any gaps lower than that. I don't see nothing down there. Just that last little bit down there. God damn, I'm looking at Friday calls. They're expensive as fuck. There's a gap still on HYG that hasn't been filled as well. HYG just trading sideways right now, and they got a giant gap on HYG. Down to 71.87. Watch out below here. If you're in calls, it's not quite time. In my view, it's not quite time to buy calls. 71.87, gap still left unfilled. NDX has a gap that needs filled. 14.61815. Just sitting here waiting. Let me read the chat. Yeah, my mic was on. I apologize. I thought I had the mic off. You heard me talking to my daughter. That was my oldest daughter. My wife and kids are coming back from vacation today. They spent an extra day or 2 days. Dixie's starting to move higher. Yeah, VIX is starting to finally move higher right now. I'm looking to see if HYG will close that fucking lower gap and then pull. You got the target on SPY up here at 417. 417.36. Right there. Leave that up right there. Gap's being closed right now on SPX. Visa testing its hourly trigger currently. If you're a Visa bull, I'm trying to get out of Visa. I sold Verizon this morning. I'm looking to sell Visa at some point today if possible. I want to see if this hourly trigger holds on Visa or not. Let's check Snap here. I'd like to trade Snap if possible. Snap coming into its hourly trigger at $9.60. Let's look at GOOGs. GOOG testing its hourly trigger right now as well. SPX closing the gap right now. Where is that? I need the screenshot, not the. I need the screenshot, not the. There we go. That's better. All right, waste management now. Waste management testing its monthly trigger here at 153.76.
The Fed makes no bids for the 2-year note sale coming up at the top of the hour. So again, Fed making no bids for the 2-year note sale.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So Republican US Speaker candidate Emma falling short of the 217 vote threshold.
You got stopped out,
However,
Turkey
voting does
McNugget.
continue, but again, Republican US
Or no,
Speaker
Beartown Sheriff, you
candidate
got
Emma
stopped out, Turkey McNugget.
falling
Cap's a good
short as
dad,
the,
my favorite thing about the
of
man.
the votes
Hell yeah, I
for the
love
House
my
Speaker
kids, man.
position.
Hell yeah. My buddy last night, I called my buddy last night.
So according
And,
to Nikolai, Japan weighs one-time $260 tax cuts to ease inflation's pain.
It's starting to cut down that gap down there. I talked to a friend of mine last night, and his dad is getting older, right? And his dad's divorced. He's an only son, and I think he's an only son. I don't know. Yeah, he's an only son, and but his dad and mom are divorced, right? But his dad's getting much older. And his dad always spent time with him. Seeing that gap get closed right now on SPX. But his dad always stayed relevant to his son's life. And this is kind of a cool thing. So his dad came over last night to watch a game with his son. Now, his son is professional, has his own life, right? His own things that he does. But the dad had spent all these years watching sports with his kid, with his son, right? So they had something to share when he was younger. The son picked up watching sports, and he was watching this game with his son last night. So he was like, "Hey, I'm with my dad." I actually know his dad too, or I kind of know his dad. Hung out with his dad a few times. Went to a hockey game with his dad. But it's something that they share. And his dad's getting older, and he's kind of sick now. Not sick, but not doing well. And having his son still stay in his life. This guy's like older. He's divorced, and he still has his son in his life. And they're able to spend time together, quality time, all that kind of stuff. So you can't give that stuff, or not give that stuff up. But what's the point of having kids I guess if you don't get that enjoyment out of them when they're the adults, right? And so we were talking about it last night, and I was like, you know what, I'm not going to stop by. I was going to stop by last night and see him, and I was like, I'm just going to stay home, hang out with your dad. But we talked about dads last night, and we're almost there. Just a little bit more here, a little bit tiny more. I want to see that last little bit here, a little bit of a reversal candle here, but I want to see that. I want to see that little tiny bit there taken out. Finally seeing HYG with the roll, trying to close its gap to the downside. I think we get that 417 too on SPY. See if we can push it down there and grab that 417. And we were talking about his dad last night, like hanging out with your dad. And, they were just having guy night. And they ride motorcycles together. They go, as a matter of fact, they offer me to go up all the time to, they do all this like dad and men shit, like go to a cabin, go hiking, go biking, all kinds of cool stuff. And I don't know, my own daughters, I hope that when they're adults, I can partake in their adult life where they want me to, of course. I don't want to pose in their adult life, but
are expected to cost around 5 trillion yen. That does bring us now to 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. The US is due to sell 2-year notes. So the prior bid to cover was 2273 with the prior high yield of 5.085%.
come on, close that fucking gap, dude. Seriously. It's like watching fucking paint peel. What do we see what you guys are saying? First murder puts, then Slade and McCall's. Daughters are good for men, good for the soul. Sons are good too, just harder. Yeah, I like the daughters. I don't know. Probably wouldn't be the best dad to a son. My father was really fucking hard on me. I'm afraid that I would pass that on to my I feel I'm not like, it's like it's not real, but I'm like, yeah, I probably wasn't given sons for that reason. It probably wouldn't have been the best dad to a son. I would be really hard on him. Although my wife is kind of hard on my daughters, but thankfully it's not me. Having sons that I could be hard on. I don't have to do much to get a reaction of my disappointment to my daughters. Here comes that gap right now. It's getting filled on SPX. We can catch a bounce here. 421879. You plan on imposing your ass off? These little turds aren't getting rid of me. The passing along wealth. I like the idea of passing along wealth, but I think that's a benefit, but not a feature. The one thing my dad was my dad specifically to me when I was young did not want to do that for me. He didn't want to pass along any wealth to me. He was like, "Get out there, do your own thing. Pull up your bootstraps, son. Put down that avocado toast and take care of yourself." My dad was really hard on me. Now my daughters, I'm hard on them, but I kind of feel like the young people are fucked today, so they can't really do that. And I think I would do the same for my son today. I think I would. I don't think I would ever treat my kids like my father treated me. But I get why he did what he did with me. A little bit more gap, just a little tiny bit down here. We're close. We're almost there. Just a teeny tiny bit more over here. My my father, man, he was hard ass, and I didn't like him for a long time. I ended up going back and apologizing to him multiple times into my adulthood. I realized what he did for me. I realized what he was doing for me. Now as I get older, trying to turn me into the man that I am today. But at the time, I did not like. Oh fuck yeah. 15 fucking Delta, dude. Are you shitting me? I'm about to add some 429. I was going to do 430 Cs. For Friday, they came down from 50 cents just now to 43 cents, but I'm looking at 429s. Those are 58 cents. That's for October
In 5 minutes
27th.
time now at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $51 billion in a 2-year note sale. Prior bid to cover was 2 to 73, with the prior high yield of 5.085%. So this week's auction cycle is starting with today's $51 billion 2-year note sale. Will be followed by auctions of $52 billion in 5-year notes on Wednesday and $38 billion in 7-year notes on Thursday. So worth noting, the $3 billion increase in this 2-year sale over the September auction offers potential headwinds, but a flight to quality backdrop remains, and a large futures short in the tenor, shown by positioning data, could support the demand as well. So JP Morgan strategists see the larger auction size requiring an additional concession versus Monday's closing level in order to be digested smoothly, despite
Almost there,
greater
almost
front-end
there.
stability and more dovish recent Fed speak. And so the aforementioned positioning data from the CFTC shows that speculators were net short 1.36 million 2-year note futures, a record amount which may support the auction in terms of short covering flow.
God, I want that one right fucking there, dude. Added some 430 Cs for October 27th. I was going to go 429, but I went with 430, so fuck it. So Friday, 430 Cs. I still think we close this shit out, but we're in case they leave this little fucker behind back here. So I'm long right now, 430C for October 27th. They could still reverse this and come back down here. You could still see a little sneaky like squeeze up here and then boom back down and then off and running. We also didn't tag S1 yet either. Now, VIX is not really showing like doom and gloom, none of that stuff. And then HYG, that's in relation to that 2-year note, is just sitting there, just hustling sideways right now. So you could still see a quick reversal here. Bloodbath and then the bounce. Sometimes they like to leave that little tiny bit though back here. So we'll keep an eye on this and see if it reverses. Well, let me see if we can bring that down. That's fucking stupid. See if they tag that last little bit down here. But yeah, my kids, like, I want to be around. Like, I don't know why you would have kids if you couldn't enjoy them, right? Or have them in your life as you get older. That's one of the things. Like, if you're gonna have kids, like, why did you have your kids? I guess you have some other motivations, but for myself, I had my kids because I like life, and I want to share my life with them. And then I also want to be there for them as they grow older, and I want to enjoy them as I grow older and die. I guess that can be kind of greedy.
Issued yield
but
is going to come out at the top of the hour. The auction results following a minute to 2 minutes after this.
Just a note here, you had a bounce on Waste Management on their 153.70, right around there. I think it's trading 154.38 right now. Microsoft. Oh, that was almost too perfect right there. Let me check Microsoft really quick. This is the one that I'm interested in. Microsoft coming back down into not quite where it should be. It didn't catch the 326.82. I really want to see it's trading 328.10, 328.05. Let's see if Microsoft can grab that lower end, that 326.82.
Treasury when issued 2-year yield 5.055% ahead of the auction. So again, pre-sale when issued yield at 5.055%.
Seeing a reaction now to the upside on HYG. Dixie going higher right now still. Bounce on Apple. VIX still trading higher now. Bounce on TNX. Bounce on NDX. NDX in a 5-minute. Look for a rejection above at 14,669.52. Maybe 673. Green, baby. So my kids, like, I guess it's kind of selfish, right? To say, hey, I want to have kids. I want to, like, I fucking had a great life. I'm like, I want my kids to have a great life, and then maybe it's kind of like selfish to be like, yeah, I want to also have kids so they have a great life, but then so they spend time with me. And then, when you grow old, if you don't have kids, you have to create friendships and have family that'll be there with you. Unless you're a person, I guess I would understand completely, because I have some friends that are like, they're single and they like being single. They like solitary living and all that kind of stuff. So I guess if I was that kind of person, I probably wouldn't have had kids either. So I understand that want and need as well. What are your thoughts about having kids? Or do you guys like kids or don't like kids or can't afford kids or want to be able to afford kids, or you have kids or they're grown up? They're not easy. They're expensive. They're not easy. They take all of your time, or at least all of my time. They like encompass my entire life.
So the bid to cover ratio 2 to 64,
You guys
2 to 64.
you guys are
high
putting
rate
up here.
5.055%.
Dude, I'm not getting YouTube comments again. What the fuck is with YouTube, dude?
The pre-sale when issued yield.
So Pure
The
America
US
Caps
sells
earnings
$51
play.
billion,
There's a 2-year
falling
note
63
auction. Should
spot 4,
price here in
6%.
1 minute or
Bids
so.
high.
Yep. Seems like
Primary
420 has
dealers
to be hit
taking
for today.
17.63%
Old Dads and
of the
Netflix. Good
sale.
watch. You guys watch that one?
Direct 20.33%.
You need a female
Indirect
in most cases.
62.05%.
They're leaving this gap down here. I don't like it right now. I'm looking at this gap on SPX. And I'm like,
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
Damn it.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock
Dude, just
instruments.
knock that fucking gap
Get a free
out.
trial at tickstrike.com.
Trading 51 on 430C right now. It's looking pretty good. They're at 44 cents just a little while ago. See what you got. Kids are the hardest thing in life, but they're also the best part of life. Nice little bounce down there. Let's see if they get this rejection of the downside or not on SPX. I don't know if they will. Not out of the woods yet for bulls. Little baby girl coming any day now. Girls are awesome, dude. You're gonna love your daughters. Like, dude, like baby girls are like the best. Like little balls of joy and wonder. Son is the greatest thing in my life. My social life and everything else just enjoyable about life has been dead since he was born. Yeah, there is some bittersweetness to it too, right? And there is a lot of adjustment to lifestyle. You know, one of the hardest things for my wife and I was one of the hardest things that we went through was all the adjustments as the kids grew up. Like when
US
my,
Treasury
of course,
2-year
when they're
yield
babies, you
edges
can't do
lower
what you
following
used
the
to
sale.
do.
Last up 2.2 basis points, around 5.0839%.
Then there's a moment where you can do whatever like you can cycle back into doing what you were doing before because they're not in school yet. You're like, you want to go do this, you want to go do that, put them on the back, we'll go here, we'll go there, do all this stuff. But then they go back, then they're like back into child care and school. And even right now, our life is, I thought our life would get easier as our kids grew older. Keep your eye on this down here, but there still could be this more like bam to the downside and then that run higher. So if you still haven't bought anything here, you still have a chance down here to possibly see this gap get closed. I thought it would get easier, and as they're becoming young teenagers, I got a preteen and then I got a teenager. It's become more expensive and more time consuming than I ever expected. How much time we're actually spending with them as they're becoming young adults. What else we got here? Let me read what you guys are saying. 3 daughters in their 20s, raised them full time. Myself for 15 years, they took my money. I have 5 kids. That's fucking awesome. Just in case I don't like half of them as adults, I still have someone to chill with. That's what my wife and I came from, huge families, like massive. Well, I come from 2 siblings, and she comes from 3 siblings, so 4 and 3. So that's 7. But like my parents came from, my mom came from 13 kids. Oh, I got that right? And 13 kids on my mom's side, 9 kids on my dad's. And my wife her parents come from 2 huge families as well. Like not 10 kids, 9 kids. So we have like cousins everywhere and aunts and uncles everywhere. If I could have afforded it, I would have had 10 kids. If my wife would have allowed me, I don't know that she would have let me, though. I remember we had our first daughter, and she said, or we had the one daughter, right? And she was unexpected, unplanned. We didn't plan on having children. We were like living our adult lives and having a blast, and I got her pregnant. And we decided to keep her, right? And so he kept her, and I remember that. So we have an age disparity between our children. This is terrible to say. So we have an age disparity between our children, and we had the one child, and we were like scared, right? Like we don't know what the fuck we're doing. No, we're gonna do a good job, bad job, all that kind of stuff, right? We're gonna fuck this up. And I remember my oldest daughter is getting older, right? She's like 5, 6 years old, and she's like, well, like I want around 3 to 4 to 5. We're like looking at her, and by like 4 years old, that was funny too. So like I could get my wife pregnant, just looking at her, boom, pregnant. And so this baby is turning into its own little person, and we're looking at each other, and we're like, not that this is true, but we're looking at each other like, dude, we don't want to be raising just one child. We're like, she'll be a weirdo. Like she needs a buddy. She needs a friend. We don't want her to go through life alone. We're like, maybe we should make a friend for her. So we made like a sympathy child for our oldest daughter. At the time, that was our logic. And so we're like, let's make a baby so that she has a companion. And I love my first daughter, and she loves our first daughter, so hell, 2 would be great. So we had we attempted to have a second daughter, and we had to, we tried, right? Hey, we're gonna try for a daughter. And it fucking didn't work. We couldn't get pregnant. It was like work trying to get pregnant, and it sucked. And we tried, I think, for 9 months or a year, and we failed to make a child. And we did all the stuff. We went down like timing it every month, all this other nonsense, like this lifestyle, these positions, this, that, and all the other stuff. And I remember, I'll always remember this. We ended up having a fight. We had an actual fight, and I was like, I'm not having fun. I was like, this is not fun. I feel like this is work. I'm not enjoying myself. We're having sex, right? It's like a forced, hey, right now at this time, this day. And we ended up having a fight over it, like not like knockdown, drag out, but like anger and upset and frustration and disappointment and how can I not get you pregnant just by looking at you? And the moment that we stopped fighting, matter of fact, we said we're not going to try to have a kid. We're done. We're going to take a break from this. And she was pregnant, like boom, like boom, pregnant. Now, the moment we took all the stress came off, she got pregnant right away, no big deal. And it was like a month later, we knew she was pregnant, and that was it. And so we had had the second sibling, so the other one wouldn't be lonely. But it turned out to be fucking awesome anyway. So yeah, I like the legacy stuff. That's all like extra stuff, right? Taking care of them sucks. Yeah, it's you have to like adjust. I think that has a lot to do with relationships in general. Now, I want to see this. I'm checking this right here. I want to keep my eye on this and see if there's that roll. It's like one of the things about so we're in a long relationship. We've been together for a very long time, and now we didn't get together when we were young. We got together when we were older. Spent a lot of years without kids, and but we've been together for a long time. And what's fascinating is one of the things about my wife and my children is the ability to like number one, it's like be friends, right? But one of the reasons I think we're all still a tight family unit is we've stayed interested in each other. This includes the kids too. As our likes and wants have changed, this includes if this is your husband, your wife, your kids, whatever it is. Yeah, see this roll right here? Watch this roll down here. Still got this gap down here to close. Still got this gap down here. I'm up 2 pennies right now. So this is like the weird part is that you got if you want to know about success in relationships, number one is friendship, right? You get along. You have commonalities, common backgrounds to some extent. Help. It's not getting required, but it helps, right? To have some shared experience. But what really matters, like the thing that I notice matters to us is having interest in what other people are doing that might not be your interests, or having the ability to have that shared experience. So I'm going to explain this to you from the perspective of a child. See that shit down there? See all that garbage down there? So see this right down here. Well, this crap down here is still not closed. It's like the wife and the kids here are like, so I'm going to relate it to children, not the wife right now. So my daughters are into, specifically my oldest daughter, she's into K-pop. And I have no interest in K-pop. I'll be honest with you. If you ask me, hey, you want to get involved in K-pop? I'm like, fuck no. It's not my jam. It's geared towards young teenage girls. Now boys like it and people like it, adults like it, but it's not geared towards me, right? It's not built for me. Like pop music in general, young pop music is a function, believe it or not, of, you might not know this, but pop music was born out of extra money that boomers when they were kids had. So if you're a World War II parent, you had extra money, right, to build homes, get a mortgage, buy a car, all this other nonsense that was going on in the 1950s and 60s. And you saw the rise of pop music, and it was for their children, to spend that money on pop music. That's the rise of pop music in the U.S. specifically, and like England, places like that. So kids have some spending money, and if these kids can spend spending money on pop music, you can take dollars away from their parents, these kids' parents. So I'm not particularly keen on Korean K-pop music, but what I did do was I took an interest. So my oldest daughter likes K-pop, so I started to learn the names of the boys in the bands, started to listen to the music. I make fun of some of the songs, just poking with my daughters, but I listened to them. I learned the words. My daughters asked me to go to these events. My daughters asked me to take them to concerts and shows. As a matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, or 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was asked, my daughter, couple things. There was a moment that my oldest daughter said to me, "You actually know the words to this song and the names of these people?" It was like a new song that came out that she hadn't talked to me about. And I had read an article about it, and I listened to the song, and she was shocked that I'd taken my own
Shortly expecting
time to
results from
find
the
out
Fed reverse repo facility.
what was going on with this band. And she was shocked. She was like, "You actually care about what I care about?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, I do. You're my daughter." And that meant something to her, meant something to my oldest daughter. She was, it really did, like, we had a deep emotional connection over my caring about that. And recently she asked me to go to a Korean, or not Korean, just we went up going to a Korean karaoke bar. And normally she would be like, "Yeah, Daddy, you don't have to go to this stuff," right? So I wouldn't go. But now she's like, "Hey, Dad, I want you to come with me. Like, I need you to come with me to this karaoke thing that all these like they're kids. Well, it's kids with adults, but there's like a bunch of women. It's like all women. There's a few guys, but it's like dads and shit. But
97 counterparties taking one spot, $0.98 trillion at the Fed reverse repo operation. I saw a low number there for the reverse repos. 97 counterparties are taking one spot, $0.98 trillion.
But my daughter wants me to be there with her. She wants me to go to those K-pop events. She wants me to go to the karaoke and be with her when she does that stuff. And that stuff, like, that's how you keep your kids involved in your life. If you show interest in what they're doing, even if it's not something that you're not interested in. So if you're like, "Hey, my son and I share baseball, we both like baseball," that's great. But if, let's say, your son doesn't like baseball and you like baseball, your son likes, I don't know, video games or baseball or Magic the Gathering or something that you might not be interested in, one of the best things you can do is be interested, even though it might not be something that you're interested in, alongside your kids. Even if you think it's stupid, even if you think it's something you'll never like, showing that honest interest and that ability to want to stay with your wife, husband, children as their interests change, your relationships likely will last much, much longer. Oftentimes you grow apart from people and become different people as you get older. Your interests change, right? And if you don't show that interest in what they're doing, that's how people grow apart from each other, right? They're like, "Hey, you know what? You've been doing different, like, we were doing all this stuff the same, like we have these similar interests. Now we have nothing in common." Years pass, and you wake up one day and go, "Hey, you know what? We're two different people, right? I'm going to go my way and do what I do, and you're going to go your way and you do." It's not a bad thing. It's just, if you don't want that, you probably have to do that work to try to have stay having things in common as time passes. Yeah, it's fun. I have blast. Like, I have a blast when I go do this stuff with the kids. I didn't think I would have a blast doing it with the kids, and I love seeing my daughter enjoy herself doing that stuff. Same with the wife. Big family, 7 kids. Parents don't get along. Half their adult children. Philip Rivers, well, she does have a little something to say about it. First kid is learning curve. Second one, so you can raise one right. I agree with that statement, too. We let our youngest get away with way more than the oldest. Way more. Way more. You're starting IVF today? Man, that sucks, dude. That sucks, Beck. Come on, baby. Turn around and go up. Yeah, that happened to my friends like that. Once they stopped thinking about it, boom. Tried everything for 18 months. One miscarriage, IUI. 5 times, the only thing left is IVF. Damn. Wife's getting pumped full of shots and estrogen. Your wife's going to be chasing you around the house 24. Your wife is going to be doing to you what a 12-year-old boy wants to do. I feel bad for boys, man. Or not all boys, but boys that have high testosterone when they're young. Feel bad for them. It's so fucking unnatural. I feel bad for young boys. Yeah, if you like, the one thing is if your kids like the shit that you already like, you got a fucking easy pass, right? But if your kids don't like what you like, you kind of have to like bend the knee as a parent. You don't have to, but it usually doesn't work out well for you if you don't. Just get some Viagra so you can pick up with the wife. Yeah, if you want me to send you some Viagra, man, let me know. I'll mail some to you. I don't have Viagra. I've got some Cialis. I'll mail you some in the mail. Oh, yeah, baby. Turn it around. I feel bad for young boys. You know, I really do. Look at that big green balls up here, baby. Closing that gap. Like, don't reject now. Taking a turn left here in the middle of the day. It's now 1:20 in the afternoon, right? What do we talk about? 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Turnaround Tuesday. Manipulation Tuesdays. Markup or markdown Wednesdays. Whoop, whoop. Trading 53 right now. There's another gap up here in SPX. I'm going to switch back to SPY. Should I switch back to SPY? Yeah. If we start to turn back down to the downside, I'll switch back to SPX. Looks like they're leaving the door open down below. The algorithms are like, yeah, we'll leave that down there just in case we need to come back and revisit it. So you got the SPY gap fill up here. That was filled. And then you had a little bit of a sneaky Pete on SPX down below. So this gap is done. Now for the bulls, what they don't want to see happen is they don't want to see a rejection above, right? They don't want to see us. We don't want to see like the scream higher up here to the hour and half hour and the rejection to the downside to trade out that S1 down below. So that's all we're waiting on right here. That's that S1 down here. Don't want to see this, right? You should be positioned at this point for earnings. You should have no reason not to be positioned here. The one thing that we don't want to see is that kind of bullshit down there, right? Then you get into earnings and you get told yes or no end of day. So we'll keep this one open down here. Leave that right down there. Well, I'm missing what you guys are saying here. You know what? I miss the entire fucking chat that I have in front of me is. I got to turn on the YouTube chat. Let me see what you guys are saying here. No tumbling on Google or Meta. They're just going back to their R. That's it. I'm pretty bullish on Meta. I'm not so bullish on Google. Even if Google has a good ER, I'm not like yeah, Google's gonna be the ticker, but Microsoft I'm bullish on. Snapchat I'm bullish on, but you know they like to fuck around on that ticker. See what else you guys are saying. I love you too, Rocket Surgeon. I'm looking through I'm reading through all the YouTube comments right now. They're not showing up on Streamlabs. Chase Winter, nice dump with about some short-dated puts. Spoil him, Captain. Hell yeah, Will. Fuck yeah, spoil him, brother. Fuck yeah, man. Hey, Will, I got to say something to you. You know something cool, man, that you want to hear something cool, Will? I moved to Detroit, right? And I have a lot of African-American friends here in Detroit. And one of the things that I'm picking up here, it's like I moved to Philly moments. I don't know if you guys know that. There's an old ad about Jack. I think it was Jack in the Box, where the guy has to be sent to Philadelphia to learn about cheesesteaks, and so he comes back from Philadelphia, and he's got a mullet, and he speaks like he's from Philly. It's an old advertisement from a fast food chain. So I come to Detroit, and my African American friends here like lift up their wives and lift up their daughters and stuff on this like other level that I've never experienced in my like background or cultural background or social background, and some of that's rubbed off on me with my daughters. I don't know if you understand that. I don't know if that's just a Detroit thing or not. Or see here, Erm saying below 200 DMA again. Dylan just started taking our daughters to daycare. It's making my wife and I super sad. I can't wait to pick her up each day and see her precious face. I have those same experiences with daughters, or had those same experiences with daughters too. I feel you, Dylan. Top of the hour, kids equal cheap labor. Agree with that. I come from 6 siblings. It sucked. My dad used me as free labor too. We do some of that with our daughters, not because we want the free labor. We do it so that they have life skills. So when they get older, they know how to take care of themselves. They know how to like feed themselves, keep themselves clean. The work that goes into taking care of yourself, all that kind of stuff. If you're a bear up here, you want to be looking for the rejection of the hour and half-hour trigger. You've got the 5-minute here that could help you too, but in reality, you probably, or not reality, but you could see that squeeze go all the way up here. If you're still bearish here and you think there's more downside to come, this is where you want to be looking for right there. Looks like a stop hunt to me and like closing a gap only, but if you're not feeling that, if you're like, hey, we're going to go up there and confirm the leg lower to 410, there you go. You got it right there. So we'll leave that one up for you. See if you can see that right there. Hold on here. You're one of the weirdo childs only. Cannot be helped to say, and I have 2 children, so I don't contribute to the weirdo only child coalition. One of my best friends growing up was an only child. So my neighbor was an only child, and I thought he was a weirdo. I still was great friends with him. And what was funny was I came from I had 2 other siblings, so 3 of us. He had everything that I didn't have, and I had a lot of jealousy as well. And he harped on it. He was like, look at all my nice shit. And I was like, oh, I hate you. And his shit was like, all of his toys were like perfectly placed. Like they all had their place. Like they didn't have brothers and sisters coming and destroying their own stuff. So I was jealous, of course, of my single child neighbor when I was a kid. Taught me jealousy. Stupid, unfounded jealousy when I was a kid. Took your 9-year-old on a trip last weekend. I would kill to listen to K-pop over Taylor Swift. Yeah, dude, Taylor Swift, dude. Swifties is bad, dude. I'm so grateful that my daughter, she likes Taylor Swift, but she's not a Swiftie. Whew. I looked at tickets for Taylor Swift and I was like, fuck no. I was like, I'm saying of Willem. Here we go. I want to send our daughter and build robots with him. Yeah, Joe Donut does that. He does a lot of STEM stuff with his daughters. Whole lot of STEM stuff with his daughters. So right now it looks like a pit stop just to clear up that gap to the downside. Looking like we're back on track one more time. Trading 55 right now in those 430s. I'm gonna reset this whole fucking. I'm gonna reset this whole chat here, so I can get YouTubers on the same chat. TLT. Let me take a look. Hold on a second. I'll look at TLT right now. TLT. You know, I was talking to a guy the other day about TLT, and I was gonna say something about it on. I was gonna say. I mean, first of all, if you like TLT, there are triple leveraged. Well, let's look at the. Yeah, so it is down there. It actually is in my target right now. Hold on here. I got a target of it of 80.28 and 69.81. So my target on TLT was 80.28, and we're fucking right there, dude. Still no reversal though. What I would say is this. If you're looking for, let's look at TLT. Fuck it. We'll just look at TLT right now. Okay, so we're going to switch over to trigger full screen. We're going to go to TLT. We're going to look at 1 day. So I don't know if you can see these yellow lines that I have here. Why are these important to me? There's a couple things I want to show you here in TLT. So number one, why do I like TLT here? I measured this out. But you known demand down here at 80, what is that? 80.28, right? So known demand down here. This is all known, right? I think I measured out that move down to 69.81 down there. Would I buy TLT here? I wanted to say something about this, and I didn't, and I should have. And that is that if you look back on this, even here, if you look back on this in the future, like a year, 2 years, 3 years, I don't think it's going to matter. It's just going to be up. You look back, like when we're microscoping TLT, it's not going to matter. You're going to look back in like 2-3 years and be like, I should have fucking bought, right? Now, on what you want to be looking for in TLT here is for this right here, at least on velocity. You see all this velocity coming down in the daily. This is the weekly velocity, and this is the monthly velocity. Even this bottoming down here, this is a higher low right here. My thought process here would be, yeah, if you set your sights on much farther down the road, 6 months, year, 2-3 years down the road, you're going to look back on this and be like, I should have bought that fucking dip, right? Can it go down to that $68? Abso-fucking-lutely. That's 69.81. Can it go down there? Absolutely. If you're looking for more short term, there are better ways to express TLT. There are double, triple. We just got to bounce off that hourly trigger. Did you see it on SPOOs? Now TLT, right? Oh, no, wait a minute. Let's do the 30-minute here. So on the daily trigger, it looks great. On daily time frame, excuse me. On the 30-minute, it looks great as well. Now, saying that, TLT is above its hourly trigger. That's a nice bounce right there. Your target is 87.55. So your target right now for TLT, I would if you wanted something more short term, I would say get a triple leveraged way to express that trade to the upside to trade that 87.55 price target. Your target above that, you're likely going to get some kind of sell to the downside from there. All right, you'll see it right there. They'll try to sell it back down to you, or you break above it, start to consolidate. The hourly comes up and starts to bring it up to your second target. So like a triple leveraged option, I would say take the money and run up here, and then wait for it to get above the 87.55, and then you can trade the 95.80, and that would be your range right there, somewhere down in here. And then consolidation, then that daily comes up and lifts you above here, and you can rocket ship this to the upside. Yeah, I like TLT here. I do. I like it. We're above the hourly trigger right now. I love it on the intraday, I guess, right now. You don't want to be below 84.16 on TLT. Let's go back to SPY. Take a look at the 1 minute again. See that bounce right now? Do you see that bounce right off of this hourly trigger right here? You see how we talked about, hey, right there, right? Came all the way up here, bounced down. Now, what is a bull and a bear looking for? We're going to talk about that right now. So, what is a bull and a bear looking for? A bear is looking to sell this, right? We know that. You can see sellers right here. Sellers are trying to say, nope, you're going down, right? So, what does a bear need to see? They want to see a failure to make a new high. Come back down here. Right? And then one more failure right here. Whoop. And then the reversal to the downside. This will be bad for bulls. If you see something like this, not good. So come up, come down, right? Failure to get the new high, come back down here, and then start that reversal to the downside. Hasn't happened yet. If you are a bear and you see price not fail here, right? Comes up here, gets that new high, begins to break to the upside, and you see that cross happen here on the 1 and 5 minute trigger. Get out of the way. It's going to rip to new highs on the intraday. So just watch this closely right here. Not quite a bull cross yet, but almost going to become one. We're just waiting for it to happen. You'll have a 3 trigger cluster, and we'll try to ramp this to the upside right now. See if this can work out for itself. Bam, 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 and get up there. Pay close attention here. Still, I got a whole bunch of longs. I got 0 to 8 longs. I got Friday longs. You want to talk about Tesla? We can. You want to talk some Tesla? I pissed off Tesla bulls last week, telling them that I was bearish on Tesla. Tesla bull says there's no way it's going down there, and it fucking did. What do you guys want to talk Tesla? You guys want to have Tesla? Like, we should have like a Tesla 15-minute every day. We should do Tesla. Talking Tesla. Let's see if we can just bring Tesla up. Go to a 30-minute. Go to the trigger screen. Yeah. You guys remember me charting this out for Tesla? Bam, baby. All the way down. That right there. Wham. Slammed it down. Broke below. Let's talk Tesla. I can get rid of all this from their earnings. Hold on a second here. Let's talk Tesla, baby. Let's talk the cheese. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear them say they were going to have delivery? Right now, we've got that downtrend in Tesla, got underneath, right? Right there, got underneath their monthly trigger. That's bearish, just so you know. That is super bearish. I'm going to show you some stuff on Tesla here. You are likely going to see, likely going to see some kind of rejection here. Maybe not. Hold on a second here. Not necessarily. Okay, so you got a lot of mechanics going on here. You got a lot of mechanics going on in Tesla right now. That's like a crooked arrow right there. You have a lot of mechanics going on in Tesla right now. We got to talk Tesla. Hold on here. Give me a second, guys. Okay, so Tesla. You likely get up to this 250, close to it. For that true bearishness, you're above the hourly trigger right now, just so you know. That's good. Bears need this rejection here. Bears really do. They need that. Let's see if we can... right there. Yep, that's about it right there. That's the whole move right there. That's the whole move. And there's an extension down below. Downside target 168.96. 185.70. Still on board. These are the targets. These are the current targets for Tesla. Now, that's true. That's real. I know that you don't think so, but it is a minimum. Now, saying that, it doesn't have to go down here, okay? It does not have to do this path. And it's not going to be easy getting down there. And it's going to take the daily trigger to do it. So I want to express this better in a better way to you here. This is what the sellers need to do. They need the help. It's not that easy. You're not going to sell off earnings and just go straight to the dumpster fire. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry. I apologize to you if you're a bear if you think that. Now, a bull, though, is going to think, oh, we're going to bounce and race right out of here like nobody's business. That's not true either. The sellers need, you see the initial blast off down, right? Sellers are going to need the help of the daily trigger cross up here to get those new lows. They need this to cross over here in some form of rejection up in here. See that? Start ripping face down below. Bulls are not out of any kind of danger unless they're able to get above and then consolidate for the run higher. So you got a lot of work as a bull. You got a ton of work. I would say to you that as a Tesla bull, yeah, you can trade this. Like you can trade this right now. You can take this up to 226.85, 235.55, 246.50, but they're waiting for you is my point. They're waiting for you up here to send you to the depths of hell. This is all going to be a rough road. Volatility is the name of the game for bulls here. And then likely some consolidation if you do some let me mute this camera over here because you can't see. You can't see this. I need you to see it. So see this right here? See all this right here? Yeah, you can close that gap in there if you want. But even if you do, it leaves a whole question of, boom, okay, so we're up here. What are we going to do now? It leaves all this consolidation in here, even if you're going to go up. So be conscious that you're likely going to be stuck trading this zone right here. Okay. And then you're going to need the hourly trigger to come up and help you out. You're going to need the weekly to help you out, the daily to help you out. The daily's going to have to come down here and help you out as well. Yeah, you can take that trade. You have to cut it loose below 215.89 if you're a bull, 215.89, and then I would expect like ping pong. And this is the finger trap. Don't get caught in this. Don't get caught. Like, you can be a buyer down here to go up here. You can be a seller over here to get over there. But don't be caught long or short unless you have a break below these two things or a rejection. That makes sense? So 2 key numbers for you as a bull and a bear. 2 key numbers for you is going to be 246.50, 226.85. Now, whether you reject, let's do it this way. Whether you reject this box here, I'm going to draw a button. Make this simple. Simpler. Let's make this white or gray, I guess. That works. Gray works. Let's make it a translucent. You can snap this here if you want. Okay? Do a little snap for yourself at home. And what you need to know here is, let's say you come up in here, right? You don't want to be long here because you can get the rejection and the continuation to the downside, okay? Now, you can take that long there. You don't want to, if you start to see this happen, you're going to get short, right? But if price breaks up into here, and holds, you're then stuck with trading this zone. Does that make sense? Until a decision is made. So you can only trade this inside this box. Now, you can't get you can't take a short here and just hold it expecting that to happen because it could reverse back up on you, right? Make sense? You can trade inside here, but you can't get conviction trading in here. Now, if price does come up in here, we bounce up and down, and it resolves to the downside, yeah, you can do a conviction trade there. If it resolves to the upside and breaks above and you get the daily trigger helping you out and the hourly trigger helping you out, and it resolves to the upside, you can then take that conviction trade above to the upside to clear all this crap out back here and try to get some new highs. So this box right here that I'm showing, this is the simplification of this, right? Is the zone for you. It's very important for you to understand this zone. Now, I will say something to you. On a 30-minute time frame, this looks gorgeous. This looks kind of okay. Okay. But that one right there looks gorgeous. So maybe we come up here, right? Trade 226.85, bounce back down. You get the hourly trigger to help you get inside the box. Whoop. Once you're inside the box, you're trading this. Meanwhile, as the days pass, these come down here, right? And they pick you up to grab you to go up here and trade that 247.50. Maybe you get another rejection. The hourly comes back up and the daily comes back up. And that's the power move right there. That 235 or so right in there is the power move for you if you're a bull to the upside. But this whole zone in here, be careful of this. This is this is all day tradery in here. This is the finger trap for bulls right here. That's Tesla for you. Okay, Tesla did that one. No S1 yet for the Bears. Bears thinking that we were heading lower. Bears thinking that they were going to rain on the bull parade this morning. Just trying to grab some liquidity, just trying to get some stops, just trying to get everybody all bared up. Manipulation Tuesdays. Have a bull cross coming up right here. Bears with no will to go down right here. Gonna expect this trade right here to happen. Get above this, come back down, and then wham to the upside. Get out of the way, bears. You should see this trade and then that trade to the upside. I guess I don't know. I don't see it. Do whatever you guys want out there. Not financial advice. Not financial advice. Yeah, we'll call it test talk. I like that. Test talk. Ah, shit. The only child had an emptiness in his heart. I had all the toys in the world, just wanted a little bro, then got him, and he started taking all my toys. I realized the errors of my wish. And sis, dude, that's a great description, brother. Or a woman or sister, whoever you are, they or them. Oh my God, 18 kids. Fuck. So I said my dad. I said my mom came from 13. My mom came from 9. It was my dad that came from 13. My dad told stories of dude. So my dad, right? My dad told stories of when my dad and his siblings became teenagers. Dude, like, so my grandfather worked 2 jobs. And my father and his siblings, they would feed the kids in waves, like one wave of kids, second wave of kids, and then my grandfather ate alone. And my dad never got to know his dad. My dad's father worked his whole life, never stopped working, and died young, and really fucked my dad up. Matter of fact, he died when my father was in Vietnam. And they didn't tell my dad. He had to find out from the military. And it was really fucked up for my father.
IDF reporting that Israel states 2 projectiles.
Thanks for the heads up,
launched from Syria
Curlo. I got a
from
bunch of
Israel
calls,
is
man. I got a
responding
bunch
with
of Friday
artillery
430s. I got a bunch of 430s for the. I got 430s for today, 0 dates. I got 430s for Friday. I'm expecting that like after hours spike to the upside. Thanks for the heads up, man. So Curlo just said market up scenario if you can avoid major destruction by the first week of November. Yeah, my father lost siblings too. He lost one sibling when he was young, and then over the years, of course, we lost multiple siblings. I thought it. So the market up scenario started yesterday. Not today. It began yesterday. It began on Monday. What happened was last week, career low is they had a stop hunt that began on Wednesday, I believe, Tuesday or Wednesday to the downside, and they got that big fat print. They got the big fat print in bonds. They got the big fat print to the downside on a Friday. And then the real trade was on Monday to the upside. So Monday was the day that you should have been long. Found a low, and I don't know how long. The only thing that I would be tacit about on that opinion that you read. The only caveat I would say here is, the only caveat. Well, so I said this. Some people know this and some people don't. Some of the shit I don't say publicly to anyone, even in the Discord to anybody, because I don't want people trading this stuff and being like, "Hey, Cap, fuck you." So if it doesn't go that way, now this is the time for you to place your Christmas trade. Okay, you should. This is the time. Not financial advice. Do not follow my advice. As a matter of fact, fuck it, I said it, so I'll say it publicly, okay? Haven't said it everywhere. There, said it. Okay, so I made it public. There's some caveats to that. It's like the holiday trade started yesterday. People are going to get pissed even saying that. It lasts into December 31st. Saying that, though, there are material risks to the downside to the market and that holiday trade not playing itself out. It can definitely go against. The crash trade that you guys are all talking about the past 5 days, it's longer now, right? Past 7 or 8 sessions. The black market, holiday massacre. I don't know, not holiday massacre. The Black Friday, Black Monday, and 1987, all that stuff. Yeah, like, is there more downside possibilities? Yes. But in and around even last week, the trade was viable. Even with the move down last week, for like a December 31st, or if you want, depending on how you structure, you can structure for January and close them in December. But that's all valid. The only my two issues that I have with the trade, there's always risk with that trade, right? But the two concerns that I have is the first one would be my first concern is how do I word these two? How do I try to express these two concerns that I have?
The legality of Israeli occupation of Gaza.
The first one that I want to say is
this stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
Absolutely.
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Like, there's absolutely there's an inherent risk to the market from banks. And so this whole year, right? Let's go back to October to today, okay? This whole year we've talked October of last year. Let's talk about October last year. We knew and know that or at least I know, not we, or I guess I've always said that I expect at some point into spring of 2024, maybe summer, to go back down and recheck that October low of 2022. That's all a function of the end of rate increases, the rise in unemployment, a bottoming of inflation, true or not. So that inflation, trade rate, GDP sliding off. We've talked if you've been in the stream for me for years now, you know this trade, and we almost always do it. So you go back and you check, right? Now there's a mechanic in here where what Jerome said this last. Showed and said in this last rate increase, there's a disagreement. There's even analysts out there. I read you some analyst comments yesterday. This isn't me. This is like professionals. And even their professional opinion is they're calling out the Fed and saying, fuck you. There's no way you're going to have higher rates for longer into December of 2024 at all. That ain't happening. So there's likely like a positioning from banks here to say, fuck you, we're gonna front run this shit on you into spring and summer of 2024. And we'll see if you're fucking still raising rates then. You get what I'm saying? And the mechanics of this is where unemployment's rising to 5-6% into the summer, fall, and winter of 2024. And he's hammering away raising rates or threatening you. And the reality is they're going to be chasing as price goes down. And trying to cut rates as that destruction happens. Now, the banks also tend to front run these things and try to not second guess it, but they try to start it before it's going to happen, right? So you've got analysts out there that are like, hey, where are we at right now? It's October 24th, right? So the clock is ticking for a bull for that to happen in 2024. And so that's likely to happen. So that caveat would be, does it happen sooner than later or later than sooner, right? It's not something that's predefined like, oh, it's going to happen on February. It's going to happen in April or where those targets are. So can we have like a Christmas rally from here into end of year? Sure. Temper your expectations. And then do I expect some kind of a roll down in next year? I still do. I don't expect them to be raising rates into December of 2024, no matter what the fuck he tells you. I don't, because I see unemployment raising or rising into December of 2024. I see a bottom to inflation. I see those GDP sliding off slightly. And analysts are telling me that same thing. Regardless if it's a mild no recession or not, we're going to go back and check that fucking low in October. It's not guaranteed, but it's, I mean, if we break above the previous high from December of 2022, right, we're still going to go back and check it one more time, even if it's just a touch and go into the upside. We didn't get it this year, right? We didn't break a new high right now. We didn't get the new high to even come back and check that previous high of right now in December of 2022 to just touch and go and move forward. We're being rejected right now in the previous high of December of 2022. So likely one way or another, we're going to do that, some kind of a function of that in 2024. Some kind of a function of that, whether it's a new all-time high from December 2022. Let me explain this better to you. Let me show it to you in a better way. Hold on here. A new layout. Let me express this in a better way. If any of you guys understand about accumulation and distribution, I'm going to simplify this for you, okay? This is with nothing on it, just an SPX chart. Real simple here. Gather around, young traders. Old traders can follow me in all this stuff. If you're a young trader, you probably don't know this. So previous high back here in SPX, right? There's a couple likelihood scenarios. We trade up, you get the new high, right? Whoop, right there. And you recheck it and continue higher. Okay? Or, hold on here. Rather than talking about it, we'll just show it. We'll fucking make it crayons. This is the previous high right here. First scenario is where you fail to make a new high, and you actually just begin to go down and retest these previous lows, okay? This scenario likely and historically does not end right there. You actually end up finding a new low. It's very common, okay? Very, very common if you fail to make the new high. Now, scenario number 2 is where, now even with this failure, you actually go up there and make that new high. Okay? You get above it. Now, what we do from this point here, right, is twofold. This is the touch and go. You touch and you go to new highs. The second scenario here is you get the new high and you don't do the touch and go. You actually reject and you only retest this previous low. You actually don't retest. You actually right above it. And then you're off and running. This is the whole like trough scenario here, right? You get the trough, you break above it, boom, you're gone, right? So those are the kind of scenarios you have in front of you, okay? Now, right now, these bears want that down scenario, right? Failed to make the new high, right? Any kind of retest to the upside is just going to be a continuation of the downside. I'm fucking that all up. So right now, these bears are telling you you failed to get the new high. That leads to not only the retest down here, but new lows needing to be found. Now, there's a front-running action to this happening right now. There's an expectation. For next year here. Here's December. Here's December right there, right? There's an expectation You're going to have your February low over here somewhere and your April low somewhere over here, right? There's an expectation, well, fuck it, let's get it on right now. Or even if you're going to get up there, you're still going to get down there and see that in that time period, right? And this whole idea here is they either get it going right now, or when does it happen, right? Does it happen after January? Does it become something where you have your holiday rally, failure, right, to get that new high into January and February, and then you actually see that down quarter, and you got February bounce, April bounce, and then we're off and running. And then there's a bigger fear here that if we don't get that new high, that even in January and April, you would see another failure, and 2024 would be fucking ugly, like straight up ugly to the downside over here. You can kiss all that shit away. Without that new high up here, you can kiss the bounce and go in springtime. Now, there's an attempt at front running this right now, right? You see it. You can see the attempt at front running this, and that's what they don't want to front run and have it get squeezed out, right? And then actually have it happen, and then you're off and running up and to the right. So, my first caveat on this has to do with my first caveat on, hey, you should be good to go from here. I guess you could say, yeah, you're good to go here, but where is here and where does it end? Does it end in December or whatever? And I don't know what to say to you on that. Get back to this. Should delete that. Leave that right there. Nope. We'll just get back to this one. We'll close that one out. So why am I? This is where the second caveat comes in. The second problem that I have right now is some of these tickers are set up to sell the news, right? So like you saw it in financials. I'm seeing it in like Google, I'm seeing it in Amazon, I'm seeing it in like Apple, I'm seeing it in these companies that should not be there. Like there should be like this idea that we can run up into December, and I'm not seeing that in this earnings season. I'm not seeing like, hey, I'm not seeing it in social media. I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing some of the analysts say it, but I'm not seeing it where people are like, hey, you know what? We sold down into this ER season. You should be buying all these fucking companies on a low and holding them into end of year. And hey, we're expecting like whatever low we have in springtime or late winter is going to be higher than the lows that you've seen in this correction in the fall. Like not seeing any of that stuff. There's a lot of like, and then you get the banks trying to front run this whole entire move in 2024. You get the fucking Fed telling you're going to go higher for longer and all, like they're showing you 5-year, 10-year charts. You know that, it's hard. It's hard to say. Like temper the bullishness, maybe. Those are my fears. I guess if I had fears, that's what they are. Can Bitcoin be similar? Yeah, absolutely. Fuck yeah, Bitcoin can be similar. So, like when you look back on these like if we look back on this in 3 years, 5 years, it'll be you'll see all of these mechanics will play out. There'll be an expectation that these mechanics play out. The only way that they wouldn't play out, or the whammy, would be that Jerome is not lying. If Jerome is not lying, if Jerome is serious, and the banks are wrong, right? You will actually see a grind sideways and continuation to the upside for could be years. You could see like not a dead market, but like a slow grind up sideways and up for multiple years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, like just a lost market for that's the Volcker scenario. That's 1960s, 1970s type scenario. You just keep grinding. You have a pullback. You have a correction. You grind. You have a pullback and a correction. I don't know if that happens. That scenario happens. I don't trust the politics. I don't trust the greed that people have. I don't trust the greed of banks to force that hey, let's go back down there again. But all these mechanics at play right now are condensing in time. Like time is burning, right? Time is burning. Like time was going against the Bears in late 2022. The Fed was fucking the Bears with time, and right now the Bulls are starting down a path. They're beginning their journey of, hey man, time's not on your side, brother. So you know the Bulls don't have a lot of time for this stuff to play out next year. So I don't know. Like I have mixed feelings on it. If you're saying till middle of or beginning of November, I think that's fine. Middle of November, that's fine. But yeah, it's a tough one right now. It's a tough one to see right now. Christmas play. Grind sideways and up into. Good question. You want to see it? I'll show it to you. You want to see the Christmas play? I'll show it to you right now. Hold on here. I'll show you the Christmas play. I posted it yesterday. Hold on here. I posted it without you even seeing it, didn't I? Right here. Give me a second here and I'll show you guys. It's right here. I mean, this isn't too hard to see, right? Can I put a marker on this? I thought this new fucking image thing sucks. Okay, so watch this right here, okay? On this markup right here. So you got your first low right here. First low right there. You're coming into your next low right now, right? So you should be coming in here, right? And trying to buy this like call spreads in here, right? Then you got your little bit, like this is probably December 1st or something like that. And then you'll have a 0 date play into the third, not zero. Yeah, personally, I believe that's 0 dates in the end of year. But right now, you should be buying like call spreads for your holiday rally. Do you see it right there? It's fairly simple, right? Now, what is this expectation here into end of year is a big question mark. Do you just do like something that's in the money? Is it something where you do an in the money? So where are we at? We're at 422. You guys see this right here? Let me see if I can cancel. No. Yeah, cancel. So here's your trade as a bull. Now, this is SPX. This is your end of the year trade that you should be putting on, okay? And you've got, the main concern for me is, even though that's set up to do, even though we're set up to have that trade, do you temper your expectations? Do you temper the results of those expectations? Does it get thwarted in service of knowing that banks likely want to have a retest of that previous fucking low in October? When does that previous low recheck come into play? Does it come in play February? Does it come in play in April? Does it come in play? Have we already begun it right now? It's like spread out. It doesn't look so bad, but yeah, it's hard. So, anyways, if you're gonna do your holiday trade, right, and the reason why it's a spread is because you're gonna see that grind all through into the end of the year. So did that work? Did that answer your question? Let me reset some of this shit. I gotta refresh this chat, man. I'm not seeing any fucking YouTube comments. I just said I have to dig out my holiday profile pic so I can start pissing off Jedi Marcus. Fucking love him, by the way. By the way, I love Jedi Marcus. TLT. Yeah, I want to see. Yeah, I don't like TLT. I'm like, I fucking hate TLT, dude. It's a bunch of fucking old guys. I fucking hate that trade. I hate trading DIA. I hate trading. Well, I like SDAO. I like triple leverage TLT, triple leverage SDAO, all of that shit. I like that stuff, but I don't like directly trading the Dow Jones. All right, I got just refreshed the chat so I can hopefully see YouTube's chats again. 1229, 430, 46. You guys want to look at them? Here, let's look at them right now. Yeah, you got to put a little bit of risk on there, and they'll get cheaper. Not financial advice. This is from this point forward, not financial advice. You can do an outside the money call spread, and they'll fucking be dirt cheap, and they'll pay a fuck ton. And you don't have to hold them to expire. You just need to directionally go in the way you want. You can also do a credit call spread and do them outside the money. And if you directionally start ramping, you're gonna make bank. You don't have to hold them into the end of the time period, any of that kind of stuff. I usually, if it's like a December 31st or something like that, you're doing like a and I wouldn't do it like December 1st. I would do like December 31st. If it was me, December 31st, outside the money. And you ride them up. You ride them up and out whenever it happens. Happens early. Every year there's a big fight about the Santa rally or the holiday rally. They say every year they go, every year the holiday rally is early or it's late. Sometimes it comes in January.
The Pentagon say that since October 17th,
it can come like the first 2 weeks of January, so you might not get you could even put it for like January 15th or something, just to buy that extra time in case it comes late this year.
This stream is sponsored by
You make it outside the money. You can just let them sit there. If the market goes against you, he probably comes back and swings high and takes it out.
Trial at tickstrike.com.
But every year we kind of not every year. We've had a few in my recent memory. Two, I think, two bad ones that I can remember. But and then it becomes shit talked about for the next 2 months, right? You end up shit talking holiday rallies. If you are in that trade too, the cool part is you can fuck around with people on the internet. Because if you're in the trade, you're like, when's the holiday rally starting? And then you do the holiday rally shit for you like fucking with your friends. Like, even if you don't like each other, you just fuck with each other. You know, when the fuck is the holiday rally starting? I was told there'd be a holiday rally. You know, it's like a part of the year, man. It's like a part of the tradition. Sparky, you know all about the holiday rally, dude. Sparky, you get involved in the. So Sparky just commented, right? He fucking knows all about the holiday rally. He gets all involved on FinTwit with it too. I've seen you talk about the holiday rally in past years. I know you, bro. And that's what the cool part is, you get to stir the shit pot on it. You know, the people be like, you're not getting a holiday rally. People be like, I'm the Grinch this year. You're not getting a holiday rally.
So Iraq's PM Sudani says that foreign oil companies operating in the Kurdish region are informed us that if an agreement is reached on oil production costs and contracts, they will resume oil production within a month.
Holiday rally, bro. We got the holiday rally coming. On that note, too. If you are The holiday rally, dude. On that note, we're coming into Halloween. If you have a what are you gonna dress up as for Halloween? Let me know. What are you gonna dress up as for Halloween? In the chat, let me know what you're gonna. Oh, you're still in the Sir Doom. So let me ask you guys a serious question. This is another serious question. So we made a video series. We posted them exclusively in the Discord, and we said expect a correction, right? People were like, "Fuck you!" Nobody watched it. Like 70 people watched it. Like a week later, it was like 1,500 views. So now that we're down here, so when we're up there, everybody's bullish. When we're down here, everybody's bearish. Everybody is bearish. Right? Now, I'd realized that 430 looked like it would be the bottom. We have an extension of the downside of 420. But let me ask you a serious question. Are you bearish here? This is the same pep talk as to expect a correction. Your bearishness is making me bullish as fuck. So it's that same fucking video. It's happening right now. Start getting bullish. Expect a turnaround. even if you got a day or 2 or 3 days, you're like, oh, cap, it's going down 60, 70 points. You're gonna look back in 2-3 months and say, oh shit, it's running up to the upside now. So you get what I'm saying? Think about that, right? Try to think about that. Do you guys want a series of videos? We make like 3 videos. I will. I'll put them to the Discord. How about that? No, I am always the opposite. 100% opposite. So, no. Yeah, no. The history's on the side of that holiday rally happening. Generally speaking, the forces against you on that not happening. Now the timing is usually fucked up. It's usually not when you want it to happen or when you think it's going to happen. Oh yeah, I got you, brother. I got you, turkey. Shit, it's in your name, bro. Yeah, what are you guys gonna do for holiday present or for not holiday for if you celebrate Halloween? What are you dressing up as this year? Now I got some mixed feelings on this. I watched a video about Halloween costumes for this year, and this guy went and bought every costume in a store, and they said we're not buying costumes this year for solidarity with striking actors and writers in Hollywood. And I was like, initially I was like, that makes sense. I can do that. So they're like, if you're going to get a costume, get like a doctor or a nurse or something that's not like a Marvel superhero, okay? Like, don't be a Marvel superhero. My initial reaction was, I like that. And then what I thought about was kids. I was like, I don't know what my feeling is on this. I don't know what my thought process here is, because I understand doing it. So like, I think if I was going to an adult party, yeah, that's fine. But then I was thinking about like kids. Like my kid said to me, "Oh, Daddy, I want you to be Frozone." Right? I'd be like, "Fuck yeah, man, I'll be Frozone for you." Daddy, I want you to be Snow White. I'd dress up as Snow White. So I have a mixed feeling on that whole thing. Some kids don't understand or know anything about a strike in Hollywood. Especially young kids. They like to see that shit. Kids they know that shit, so they want to see it. Now, on the other hand of that argument, a kid doesn't even know what's going on. So if I didn't dress up as that character, they wouldn't know any better anyways. And it would be a nice refresher and breather not to be trying to be someone from Hollywood or someone your favorite actor or your favorite cart or anime or cartoon um, person. So let me ask you that question: are you gonna do that or not do that? Do you not care? Do you think it's stupid? Do you think like whatever your thoughts are? Let me know. So for me, from Halloween for this year for Halloween, I have a bunch of like I've got this overcoat and stuff, and I was gonna be a vampire or something for Halloween. My kid's a little bit older. I didn't want to be too scary for younger kids. We're gonna have like a bonfire and we have a big neighborhood trick or treat and all that kind of stuff, and set up a small like maze for kids to trick or treat and all that kind of stuff. But what are you guys gonna wear for Halloween this Halloween? If you do practice it or go to parties or dress up or have kids or whatever like that. That's real. Like that's real. People are asking that for you not to do that right now. I get it, and I get why you can do it with kids to an extent. But like if your kid said to you, "Hey," the only thing I would say to you is, if you see somebody dressed like that, like dressed Hollywood, and you're gonna go after him, just be careful. The fucking kid might have said to him, "Hey, can you dress up as this or dress up as that?" You don't know their situation. I'm not gonna. If my kid says to me, "I want you to be Aladdin," and I tell my kids no because of the Hollywood writer's strike and actors strike, my kid's gonna look at me like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Right? If my kid's like a 6-year-old, they're gonna get that. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I was in an adult party, I'd probably follow that protocol. Personally, I would be like, "Yeah, I'll do that for that." But ooh, look at those big old red bars up there. What are they doing up there? Look at these guys. What's going on up there? They got more supply to draw. Look at that supply up there. Woof. You shall not pass up here. That's that pin at the end of the day. I want you to see that right there. You see that end of the day pin up here? Well, we're going to talk about that right now. We're going to talk about this week, and this is the walk the plank that's being set up right now up here. Oh, dude, trading 62 right now on Friday. Whew, up 40%, something like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, smashing and bashing, baby. Oh, we got the bull cluster going on again. Make some money. Oh, the Catalina holiday mixer. I like that. I have a play on that. It's called the it's not the Catalina mixer, but there's another mixer that I like. There's like a play on it that I like for an idea of I'm trying to think about I'll say it's not the Catalina wine mixer. There's another wine mixer. I'll try to remember it. But I like the Catalina wine mixer. I like that. I dig it. Dressing up as a mom, throwing her kids a Halloween party. Rappers Run DMC. Nice. I like the dog doing so Stacy's saying rappers Run DMC, my dog too. That's a luxury belief so rich you can go down and buy the costumes and ruin all teen purchasing. Writers getting commissions from costumes before. I think it's something to be like said to. I think the idea here would be, if you want to know the idea behind it, I thought about that too. I think the idea behind it is I don't trigger you to watch a movie or a TV show and consume that content while they're striking. Whether you agree with that or disagree with it, I don't know, but I don't care. But I think that's why they're saying don't wear those costumes. Don't pander to the kids' expense. Let me see what you guys are going to Vegas for Halloween. You going to the Sphere? The Sphere is gangster, Stacy. Stacy, dude, I would be rolling face at the Sphere. No, I would. I'd be like, I'd be on mushrooms and Molly all night long going to that thing. Vegas was expensive right now, or was last weekend. It was bank. It was not cheap at all. Oh, dude, a bear. Dude, hold on a second here. The ROI and costume cost the Kenny Revs. Dude, you know what? I got a bear costume here. I should put that on for Halloween. A big, loving, caring bear? Hell yeah. I've got a bear costume here. I've got a bear sitting right back there. You got him back there watching over me. Dude, breakout Bob, what are you saying? You're terrible, breakout Bob. Okay, so what do we do here? Do we close the Friday calls up on those big red bars up there and then leave the 0 dates on for the fun times? I don't want to get trapped in the fun times after the after hours, do I? Let's talk about that right now, okay? We're going to talk about that right now. You guys are terrible. You guys are mean. Hold on a second here. you guys are terrible. All right, let's talk about talk about. Hold on here. Yeah, I don't have the full suit, but I could get one. I could order one and have it here probably by Halloween. DTM, what up? What's going on, brother? Rinse and repeat. Oh! Trading 67 on 44 right now on Friday calls. The 0 dates on the move right now too. Oh boy. Okay, so we're gonna get in a Weeble right now. All right. Let's talk turkey. Let's talk Halloween. Hold on here. We got some stuff to do here. Oh boy. Okay. Today is Tuesday. We got Wednesday. We got Thursday. We got Friday here. Whoop. Gather around, gang. What can we tell right here, okay? What can we decipher right here? What can we decipher?
NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at $2.97.
Let's go to
Diesel November futures at $3.05 a gallon.
first. Let's go to the trigger screen. Follow along, okay? Price below the green, right? Price below, price below. Price below, trying to recover right now, right? No guarantees though yet, right? Bull's not out of the woods yet, right? All this looming sellers above right here. So bull's still not out of the way, right? Bull's still not out of pain yet. Bull's still not in safety yet, right? Bulls need to be above the daily trigger. They need the hourly, right, to get out of all that craziness, right? That's 432. That's also positive gamma, right? So bull's not out of the woods yet. We got the Weeble chart over here. This is your green bar right here, okay? See your green bar right here? We're above it right now. This is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right? There's your weekly right there. This is your daily right here. So, bulls need to be above. Oh, dude. Trading 74 right now on SPY. Hold on, I gotta check my trade here because we gotta talk about weeklies here. I'm gonna talk about weeklies. Oh yeah, fuck yeah, squeeze it. Fucking right, squeeze that up there. Hells yes. Squeeze, baby. That's your first target. You're coming to your first target right now. It's that R1. So bulls aren't out of it yet, right? You're going to walk the plank in here. Follow my cursor on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. So you're going to park this bad boy, right? And you're going to get some big reports, and you could have some major down moves or up moves here, right? So you don't want to get stuck with weeklies. We got this nice push up, right? If it reverses to the downside, it's not going to be good for you, is it? Bull's not out of the woods yet here.
So in afternoon,
You could be more
trading, just keep an eye on
confident
the
if
markets
price
here. S&P 500 up 0.5%. The dollar, as per the
if
VIX,
price
is up
gets
around
above the hourly trigger
0.65%
and
as well.
the hourly trigger comes up, right?
Analysts note the stock
That's
market rose after its
awesome
longest
sauce,
slide
right? You get a
this year,
bounce over here.
amid a raft of corporate earnings, with giants Microsoft and Google's parent Meta, Alphabet, reporting their numbers after the close.
That's awesome, right? But we're not there right now, are we? We're not in that mode yet, are we? We are in the mode of set them up, the pins, and we're going to roll a bowling ball into it. We're likely going to go into this close here, and we're going to make some decisions, right? Bad reports, market go down, market bad. Your weeklies burned. Good report, go to the moon, right? So the concept here would be if you're in those weekly calls, you take the money and run, ching, right? Take your money and run. Set up some zero dates, much less pain, right? Costs 10 cents, costs 15 cents, whatever it costs, no pain to you, right? If we get a great report, woo, squeeze up. What normally happens on a good report? Next day we come back down on the index, and you can jump back in a weekly again, right? Make sense? So be careful of that here. We're back down to 70 cents. Fuck, I should have taken the money. I'm going to stay in them for right now. I'm going to go against my own advice. But what I do want to say to you here is they're going to line these up this week on the index level at least. They don't. Sometimes the index will keep going higher, but oftentimes, right, you'll come in here, you'll get some weakness in the indexes. It'll bounce around, go up here, go down there, and then by morning, where do you open? Right over here, right? You don't actually
the
open up
S&P
over here.
500
So
is trading off of session highs, led by losses in energy shares as oil slides below $84
So
a barrel. So once again, the gauge found support above the key 4,200 mark. So Verizon, 3M, and General Electric
thanks, David.
climbed on bullish forecasts. Meta platforms dropped after being sued by California and a group of states over harmful youth marketing claims.
Yeah.
Bitcoin as well in the crypto space briefly topped $35,000. In fixed income, Treasury 10-year yields edged
It's
lower.
not done going up. It's going to 38.
Following Monday's intense volatility.
It's going up to 38,000. So inside of here, right? You know, if you want to trade, if you want to synthetically trade, you can do this on Qs or not Qs. Yeah, you can do Qs until 415. You can do SPY until 415.
Selling at $88.07 a barrel, which is down $1.76 or
All right.
1.96% on the session.
Turn this shit off. If you don't want to put the risk on Microsoft or Google, and you don't like, let's say you put a call on a Microsoft and Google, you can't get out of it after 4 p.m., right? So if you do a synthetic trade, you can trade Qs, and if you get that big ass rip, you can exit the trade, take the money, ching, and run. Also, another benefit here is, let's say Google and Microsoft initially after the close, or any report after the close, sends the market to the depths of hell initially, but then the reports turn out to be good, or the report later in the day, you buy the calls or the puts or whatever your thesis is at like 410 for the following day, one date calls, and then you actually get the rip afterwards. Make sense? Or, you know, if you get the report at 4 p.m., you get the initial downside move, you grab it, report comes in great, and you run it up until 4:13 in the afternoon, you're out, see you later. And even if Microsoft or whatever comes back and we bottom the next day, you're not locked into those calls and the dealers aren't fucking you for gambling on that trade. So synthetically trading earnings through the after hours here, very viable, usually very profitable if you catch them the right way, and especially if you get them really cheap. You can usually get calls for like 10 cents, 5 cents, 20 cents, something like that. Run them up to 30 cents, 60 cents, 70 cents in a matter of moments. Exit, and then let them do whatever they want to do thereafter. So there is that opportunity here. This whole week here is setting up for that. So this is the playground right here. This is the playground for the rest of the week to fuck around in the after hours. And for you as a bull, you're not quite out of the woods yet until you get above this weekly and daily trigger and this hourly trigger as well. You need this hourly trigger to push up, squeeze up here, and start getting price above all of this crap back here. So until that happens, not quite bullish yet. There is a turn happening though. Let's look on the 1 hour chart here. Are we on the change right now? No, but we are there. Look at this hourly trend just starting to happen. See this right here? You see that white line? See that red line? This is that hourly trend to the upside. Is it there? Yes. Can it be a trap for bulls? Yes. You get some bad reports, and it's a big reversal to the downside, more continued blood to the downside. So even if we go up here, you're still going to expect price to come back down and recheck that hourly trend change to the upside. If you want to know what I think, fuck yeah, baby. You're going to buy that right there. And then you're going to come back in and buy this again. There's the opportunity for the second entry into weeklies. See it? You got weeklies. Take the money and run. Jump back in weeklies again to the upside right here tomorrow or the following day. Trade 0 dates inside of this zone right here. Don't be tied to that position. See the reversal coming? 1 hour trend reversal starting right now. Oh, yeah, dude. Look at that shit right there. They're going to park this shit into the close. They're going to park this right into the close, I think. Dude, my chat is all fucked up. All fucked up. I don't know what is going on with that. We can double tap this up here. Slide that R1 over so you can see it right there. What's going on, Breakout Bob? It's a nice name, by the way. Oh, Bob in the basement would be great. Dress up like a 1970s suit or something like that, like dirty tan suit with some dirty old like go to like a Salvation Army and then put like a pocket protector and some glasses on with some white tape. Dude, Basement Bob would be fucking awesome. I might have to do Basement Bob. You know what, Basement Bob. I might have to do Basement Bob. I'm gonna have to go. You know what? After the show today, I'm gonna go to a secondhand store and pick up that costume. Definitely. Yeah, synthetic trading, baby. A bunch of 430Cs. I got 430Cs expiring today, expiring on Friday. Bought that bottom this afternoon for Friday. The bottom at 44 cents. Let's see what I'm missing a bunch of this fucking stream chat. I gave up trying to make so much sense. This market is so detached from everything. My theory is everything is bearish. Take the dirt cheap opposite side of the trade from wrong. No biggie. My manager is on vacation this week. Going to go get verbally abused by Karens at work. Jesus. Good luck, guys. Good luck to you, TTM, as well. So today we're going to talk about some of the reports coming out. So we can pull up some of these reports right now. I thought I had them open, but I don't see them. Why is this not open here right now for me? So there are your reports for the end of the day today. I'm going to post some of what I'm going to do so it's 2:45 in the afternoon, okay? Until the end of the day, I'm going to put up 6 screeners for you. And we're going to watch 6 reports after the bell. So today we've got Microsoft, Google, Visa, Waste Management, Texas Instruments, Snap, and Chubb. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 big major reports. I'm going to do all of them except for Chubb. So you're going to see us put up charts for Microsoft, Google, Visa, Waste Management, Snap. And you guys want Texas Instruments or Chubb? And I'll do a poll with you guys. If we have time, I'll do a poll. And we will take a poll to see up or down on any of these tickers. I will show you the expected moves for these tickers. All right, I'm flat on weeklies on SPOOs. And now I've got just 0 dates. I'm probably going to add some more after the bell. And we're going to look at those. We're going to watch those reports in the show today. I'll stick by with you guys after 4 p.m. to see what those reports are. I'm going to show you what the expected move is. I do want to let you know that if you are holding through these reports or trying to trade these reports, I never recommend it. If you are going to do it, try to take a farther down the road strike. Try to do spreads. Try to do strangles, straddles. Try to sell fucking calls and puts if you know what I'm talking about. A lot, not always, but a lot of the times, man, dealers don't give a fuck. They just want, unless there's some unexpected news, they're just going to want to take all of your money. They're there for that reason. So, sit by and watch. My favorite way, though, if you're trying to capture that trade, is synthetically through the indexes. Qs, SPOOs, don't care. So we're going to look at both of those right now. I'm going to set those up in the background. Tomorrow in the morning on Wednesday, we've got reporting Boeing, T-Mobile, Thermo Fisher, General Dynamics, Hilton, ADP, Penske, Ryder. Looking at you, DIA. Maybe you pick up a trade for DIA tomorrow. You pick up a triple leveraged upside or downside move for those reports in the morning. Then we get the big boys coming, Meta, IBM. And then we've got a bunch more. O'Reilly. I like O'Reilly, by the way. Baker Hughes, UHF, that's the close on Wednesday. We got a bunch of economic news coming out heading into Thursday. Now we could experience some volatility in between Wednesday and Thursday. I'm very bullish on Microsoft, Meta, Waste Management, and Snap. Even if Snap doesn't do well in the earnings, I'm bullish on it overall. So it might not, like Snap might not happen for a couple weeks. And it looks like they got some of that trade out of the way already. Then we got the big boys coming up, UPS, Amazon later in the week. And then it kind of quiets down into the weekend. We got Chipotle as well, MasterCard. I guess those are all big ones. Bunch of airlines and stuff like that. So I'm going to set this up in the background right now as you guys do your thing. And let me get to do this work till the 4 p.m. hour here, okay? So I can go through, get ready for you guys. Thank you, Dylan, for chiming in on that. Dylan just said earnings short sellers take advantage of vol spikes, driving premiums up, sell short, then IV crush after report out, regardless of direction. Tell him, Dylan. Tell him, man. Tell him. Let me read this to you if you're on Twitter or Twitch right now. Dylan Rathel is like nail on the head. Earnings short sellers take advantage of vol spikes. So this is like driving up IV too, right? You have IV and interest in all of these positions. The IV kicks off as soon as everything is over, right? The IV is gone. The interest is not as many people trading it anymore. And you get big time vol crush. Even if you are right, you're wrong. Dude, seriously, you got it absolutely right. Earnings short sellers take advantage of the vol spikes, driving premiums up. Sell short, then IV crush after report out, regardless of direction. Oh, yeah, baby. Stacy F saying, Cap, so happy you're on today. Looking at RTX or 3-minute exercise break, 15 minutes. Hold on one second here. I got to do an exercise break, don't I? I didn't take one, did I? All right, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I'm going to do some exercising, and I'll be right back with you at 3 o'clock, and I'm going to set up these charts for you. We'll roll over into that. Setup for the close here. If you're at home, open up the options chain for Qs or SPY if you want to synthetically trade this shit with me. And start paying attention to the IV or interest on each option that you're interested in, and we'll start looking at those things as we come into the 4 o'clock hour. I gotta go potty really bad too. I gotta tinkle. Hold on here. What are we gonna do here? Hold on here. I'll leave that up for you guys while I take that break. All right. Your wife accidentally just cast my stream onto my neighbors in TV instead of ours. Hilarious. All right, right back. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be back with you guys in just a few more minutes. I'm going to go potty and I'll be right back. We'll set this up for the end of the day. Dude, that took like 10. Dude, that was like fast. Get that heart rate up. All right. Like did power bicycle. Hold on a second here. All right. Let me see here. Be right back. Bring that over there. Bring that right there. Dude, that felt good. Oh, that felt really good. Oh, right there. Dude, that felt fucking good. Like, I got an exercise bike. All right, hold on here. Oh, you know what else we're going to do? How about this? We're going to open up the chat. So if you're just joining us, if you're just showing up right now, I'm going to open up the chat on for anyone that wants to chat. So hold on here. I'm gonna open up the chat across the board here because we're doing this event. We're gonna open the chat today for you. So if you're on YouTube, hold on here. Customization. How do I do this here? So subscribers. Okay, so if you're on YouTube and you cannot chat, on YouTube, you can now chat if you subscribe. It's free. You just click the subscribe button. You can. It's anyone can chat now on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, chat is now opened. So you can just click the subscribe button. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. You can chat. Feel free to make your thoughts known on today's earnings. Or tomorrow's earnings. If you're earning questions for the rest of the week, you're more than welcome to come on in and ask questions, say whatever you want to say. And then on Twitch, let me go to Twitch. I'm going to open up the Twitch chat right now as well. So anyone that wants to chat on Twitch, let me see here. So follower only, subscriber only chat, turn that off. If you're on Twitch, the Twitch chat is now open. So look, hey, what's up? Thanks for opening the chat. Hey, you're welcome, brother. So I did a Visa. So I'm in Visa. I own Visa. I'm looking to exit Visa. Visa. So we did a segment on Visa yesterday. It's in distribution right now, even though price is high. It is. Even though price is high, it's in distribution right now. Be aware of that. Visa is in distribution right now. Okay, I gotta go. Yeah, it is. I can see you, chat. I see you chatting right now. It's letting you chat to Turkey. I see you chatting, brother. Okay, so good to see you, Stocks Anonymous. I'm trying to get out of Visa. I'm hoping that I can get the fuck on out of Visa. As a matter of fact, I should probably sell before we even get into the earnings today. But I got to set something up here for you guys as we come into this close. I'm going to set up the trade for you guys right now so I can bring this to a full screen. Oh, hold on here. You guys just talk in the chat, do whatever you want to do. And I got to set this up for you guys so you can watch this unfold. What do we want to do? Do we want to do 6 screeners, 7 screeners, 9 screeners? What does 9 look like? 9 looks pretty good. Kind of good. There's Spoos right there. We got SPY into the close right here. Whoop. Then we'll do Qs over here. QQQ. There's Q. I'll make this full screen for you here in just a minute. Let me just set it up and then we'll make it a full screen here. Then we're going to do MSFT, yeah, MSFT. Microsoft. Getting into their close. I'm going to read some stuff off to you, too, as we come into this close. Dude, I just want to get the fuck out of Visa so bad. There's Visa. We got GOOG. Coming to their close over there. Oh, no, I don't want that one. Get rid of that one. We're going to do Snap, right? S&P. Over there. If I have some time here, we're going to ask. I'm going to do a poll question for you on these tickers. There's Snap. Do we do waste management yet? WM. We're going to do waste management. WM. And then we're going to do. We did Snap already. We did what? Microsoft, Google, Visa. Google, Visa. SPY. And we're gonna do. Do we do Texas Instruments or we do Chubb? You Texas Instruments. All right, we got all those lined up down there. This will become full screen for you at some point. And I'm going to turn this off right now. Turn that off. Oh, we need the financial juice up so we can get the actual. Turn that off right there. Then let me just switch between really quick and just see how that looks. Yeah, it looks good. Camera, move that down here. That looks fine just like that, right? We can see SPOOs and that SPY up there, the top left-hand side, Qs, GOOG, Visa, Microsoft, Snap, Waste Management, and yeah, it looks good. I'm going to give you guys the expected moves in all of these tickers here in just a moment. GOOG A, GOOG B, I can do whatever you want. Google. Let's see here. What am I looking at? What do I want here? ER reports. This week. Tuesday. We got Microsoft, Google, Visa, Coke. What else we got? We're doing Google, Visa. We said we were going to do. What did we say we're going to do? scroll through these things. All right, I got MSFT up there. I have Visa, Google, Microsoft. Got Visa, Snap. Expected move on Snap. 11:58.13. There's the expected moves in Snap. A 5-minute chart there. That's the expected move on Snap. Next one we're going to do is waste management. Waste management. 150.80 and 158.97. There's waste management. What else we're going to do? TXN. Nope. Wow. Ooh, Texas Instruments. 3.9% move. 152, 115. Ooh, I'm interested in that one. They're selling down. 140.55. Sounds juicy right there. Texas Instruments. Okay, we got that one. Then we said, where do I get set up here? Microsoft. MSFT. 342.80. 318.40. Woof. Woof. You guys know that my bet is on Microsoft doing very well. I did say that I would love to have a bad report on Microsoft to get a sweet dip buy. I showed you where that dip buy was yesterday. 342.87. Right about there. Downside move, 318.57. I would love Microsoft to sell their clothes. I would fucking love it. We're going to look next at Google. Yeah, you said you wanted Google, right, with an L? I saw that. That's where I saw someone said that. So we'll put that up for him. And then we got 144.89. That's enough. Downside, the expected move on Google is 4.5%, 132.55. The downside move, 132.57. Is that? Yeah, 132.57. Close enough. What did I say? 32. Close enough. We did that one. One's done. And then we're going to do visas next, right? 242.62. I got to open up. I got to open up a brokerage. 242.42. Downside move 228.11. That's enough. We're gonna blow through. We're gonna walk around the market and look with the triggers on all of these SPY squeezing up right now, squeezing up into R1. R2, next stop to the upside. We've got this previous high earlier in the day right here. Let's watch this previous high back here. Q squeezing up right now to its previous high as well. Microsoft bullish into its close so far. Google bullish into its close as well. All coming back to retest their previous highs. We've got Texas Instruments selling down into their report. Waste Management selling down into their report. Recovery and Snap as well right now. There's your R2 upside on SPOOs. Okay, got all those up right now for when we switch over. And then we've got this supply up here. Just watch this supply. If you're looking to get out, it's right up there. Looking for a place. Got a bunch of supply right up in here. And Dixie's still leaving behind that giant gap down below, just going higher and higher. Did not sell off earlier. The VIX getting bloodbath down right now. Trading sub 20 at 19.26, I believe. Dixie just riding sideways. Apple blasting off into the close. TNX just doing its thing. NDX just peaking right now. I like Microsoft. Oh, I fucking like it. I like Microsoft. I like Meta. I like Snap. Snap's got bullshit. Well, it's a day trader stock, so even though I like it, it would not shock me to see, and especially their history. They have a history of continuing to sell down afterwards and the move coming after. I don't know if that's the case this time. They had some news break. Apple announces October 30th event. New Macs expected. What else I got here? Excuse me. A slew of companies spanning from Google parent Alphabet to medical supplier McKesson are bucking the stagnant market and are on the verge of breaking out to new 52-week highs. Upcoming earnings could be the catalyst that pushes them over the top. About 23% of companies in the S&P 500 have reported their latest quarterly results, and of these, 77% posted a beat on earnings, higher than even normal. I think last ER season we were in, I think it was 63 or 67%. So we are beating the shit out of earnings, and we're trading down into earnings. According to FactSet data as of Tuesday afternoon, that was said. The action is picking up this week with reports from Microsoft, Amazon, Intel on deck. Despite these stellar results, the overall market has been stuck this month, down 1%. CNBC Pro looked for stocks that are within 5% of a 52-week high and are up more than 1% so far this month. We then looked for the names where Wall Street believes the breakout is coming soon. That is, the consensus price target on these stocks call for a gain of at least 5%. Here are the stocks that made the cut and what analysts have to say about them. The stocks that CNBC Pro is saying that are on a verge of an earnings breakout include Cardinal Health, CME Group, Cencora, Diamondback Energy. That's FANG. Matter of fact, though, I think Diamondback got a downgrade, but I could be wrong in that. But I thought they got a downgrade. Google, MCK, that's McKesson, TRGP, Targa Resources, Vertex Pharmaceuticals, the Williams Company. Keep your eyes on all these tickers as they report. Microsoft set to report earnings after the bell. Investors are keen on seeing how AI interest will boost Microsoft's cloud revs. Microsoft shares have risen 38% so far this year. Executives will discuss the results with analysts and issue guidance on a conference call starting at 5:30 p.m. MSFT will disclose its fiscal first quarter results after U.S. market close on Tuesday. Here's what analysts are looking for. Earnings of $2.65 per share as expected by analysts, according to LSEG, formerly known as Refinitiv. Revs of 54.50 billion as expected by analysts, according to LSEG. Analysts see Microsoft increasing revs about 9% year over year, in part from greater corporate spending on cloud infrastructure for artificial intelligence. Symptoms of an AI fever appeared after Microsoft-backed OpenAI's Chat GPT chatbot introduced last year went viral, causing businesses to find ways to add similar capabilities. At the same time, analysts recognize that for the past several quarters, organizations have been trying to reduce the costs of the workload. Hold on a second here. They already run in Microsoft's Azure cloud, which could hamper growth. Ahead of the report, analysts polled by CNBC and Street Accountants were expecting 26% growth for Azure and other cloud services. During the quarter, Microsoft introduced fresh cybersecurity services, announced new service PCs, and said it would sell its Microsoft 365 Copilot AI add-on to enterprises starting November 1st. Analysts have been trying to predict the timing and size of the effect from that offering, which will cost $30 per person per month on top of existing Microsoft 365 subscriptions. Costs. Investors will be listening for new details on the topic during Microsoft's earnings call. Earlier this month, Microsoft completed its $68.7 billion acquisition of video game publisher Activision Blizzard. While Activision won't be incorporated into Microsoft's first quarter results, it will partly affect earnings for the next quarter. So executives will likely discuss it when providing guidance. So you may see some aftermarket action even after you get the results during their report. The actual guidance that they provide. Microsoft shares have risen 38% since so far this year, while the S&P 500 index is up about 11% during this same period. So, i.e., we are up 11% overall in the market this year. We are not crashed or have a crash yet. Executives will discuss the results with analysts and issue guidance on a conference call starting at 5:30 p.m. So that's a piece about Microsoft. We're going to take a look at all these companies right now. And we're going to take a quick peek here in the trigger, and we're going to look and see what's going on here. So SPY right now, I want you to know that earnings reports can severely alter these tickers, but I want you to check out some of these tickers outside of their expected moves from the options market. See where the expected support and resistance will be on them. So we're going to switch over now to some of these tickers on a 30-minute basis and see what we can glean from them. So the first one we're going to take a look at here is, so we know where support is for SPY right now. Support sits at 422.52. On Qs, if you're going to trade Qs into this close, support is sitting on 353.84. That is where real support is on Qs. It is parked on its hourly trigger right now at 352.26 with an upside target on, as a matter of fact, SPY upside target is 430, and then Qs is 363.79. Okay. Next one we're going to do is Microsoft, MSFT. We were discussing this one yesterday, trying to buy that daily bounce down here for an upside target of 343.74. But regardless, on Microsoft, I would love for Microsoft to initially not be so great, maybe come down here and trade this 318, and then buy Microsoft for a 1-year out play. This is a nice long-term play. So if you can beat inflation beat a mild recession, Microsoft might be the play for you. So I'm fascinated to see what this report is specifically. Even if they squeeze up, I would love to still get that down buy down there. So I'm hoping, my greed is hoping for a bad report on Microsoft. I don't think I'm going to get it, but I would love for a bad report on Microsoft here. Their velocity looks good. It doesn't look great. It looks okay. It looks like we can trade. Looks like we can trade back down here, maybe trade below here. But the daily velocity is looking pretty good. It's not looking great. It's not looking oversold. It's not looking at the top of the key or anything like that. It's got tons of consolidation going on. Just begging for some good news. So it's primed and ready to go to the upside. It's one of my favorite picks right now, Microsoft. That's my jam right now, Microsoft for today. Love it. And it's trading up into this bell. We're going to look at Visa next. You guys know that I own the underlying. I meant to own Visa for a very long time. I'm getting kind of panicky, like I want to own Visa. I want to own Visa like in February or April of next year and not right now. So Visa, upside target from me, even though the expected move is not that, is 236. If you see great news on Visa, you're going to expect an explosive move to the upside, and you will likely trade this 240 at least, maybe even 250 into tomorrow. If we get bad news on Visa, Be very careful. On a higher time frame, Visa is being, I'm going to show this to you right now. On Visa right now, okay, on a daily basis, I want you to see this right here. It's being, if you look on this orange and this blue down here, even though price is driving higher, it's being distributed in the background. When you see stuff like this down here, it means to expect a violent move down. I don't know what that news is going to be, but there is going to be news at some point. Expect, if not in this earnings report, there will be bad news dropped on Visa. They've got something going on. I don't know what it is. I don't know what they're going to say, whatever bullshit they're going to release, but I don't know if it's in this earnings report. Even if price goes higher, I am very wary being a Visa holder right now. It's a big concern for me. And whenever you're seeing this like price just grind higher like this, it's just begging to come down to reality. So Visa, not a fan of it. Next one we're going to look at here is Google. Doing it same thing, right? CNBC telling you it's looking for a big, huge move up on Google, trying to blast up, have that final breakout, get going, and ride above, right? So upside target on Google. If they're going to get that breakout, it's above 150. They need to get above 150. 160 would be wonderful. Now, if Google does not fucking produce, right, you are going to see $112. Absolutely. And likely even come down to 87. So Google on the plank, do or die for them to come up here and get that cup and handle going. Come up here, whoop, and start smashing and bashing, right? Google, CNBC is pumping them up today, but I am not as much of a fan as you might be. I think Google's going to be a squeeze up and then take the money and run. So I don't see it being sustained if they have a good report. Next one is going to be Snap. Snap famously loves to sell their earnings, even if they're going to have continuation to the upside. They've had some good news coming out. I really want to see this one just explode. 17% implied move. I would love to see this $19 at some point down the road in like the next, not this upcoming expiry. I would like to see the second expiry, like a blast up and then come back down. But I'm really scared of like a bad report, a bounce to nail those puts, and then you have the continuation into the secondary. So get some really cheap calls and then do lotto calls a second time if it fails to get that actual move in Snap. Bullish on Snap. That's my second favorite ticker. And it's the one, if you like in lottery calls, it's the one that I love to trade right now. Next, we've got Waste Management. That one up. There it is. Waste Management, just bouncing down, selling down, right? Just slam, 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 slam. They usually have a bad fall reports. So Waste Management, I am fascinated in this ticker. I would like to see Waste Management just blast down. I'm bearish on Waste Management, but it just keeps grinding higher and higher and higher. It's got consolidation over here, consolidation over there. They just keep buying it. Watch this. Buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it right there, right? The expectation being we're going to rip faces off. I expect whatever it does to be taken. So if it does blast up here and trade 180 or even 170 for those profits to be taken. Now, my own personal take here is I'm watching this stuff down here, and I do not like Waste Management as well. Just like Visa, I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop on it. It's a good time to drop the shoe. They like to drop the shoe in the fall, so I'm bearish on Waste Management. I'm bearish on Visa. And the next one we're going to look at is TXN. Now, TXN, I like this into this close. They've been just gaslighting, selling down bad news after bad news. This is what I'm looking for Visa, right? See this trend right here? This is what I'm looking for Visa. This is what I'm looking for Waste Management. And then possibly a nice dip buy down here. So I'm interested to see what Texas Instruments does. How bad does it get? Do they erase this entire move down here, right? Just get down here and trade this 105.77. So I'm fascinated to watch this move down here, see if we have continuation, more blood in Texas Instruments. I might be interested in buying this here. I might be, but on a zero date, or not a zero date, but into this ER, it would be great, dude. Look at that blood in here, just raining blood. Just come right into the close, right? Grab some TXN calls and just buy that, and then we go back down here. So keep an eye on TXN into this close. See what they show you into their close. Downside targets 139.99, and then further blood eventually down to 105.77. So short term, I like the idea of trading it, long calls or something like that. And then the long term, of course, pretty fucking bearish for them to go all the way down at $105. So that's TXN right now. I think that's all I got on that stuff. I got a couple more things I got to do for you here. We're going to talk right now about synthetically trading this market. Oh yeah, look at that bad boy right there. Look at that fucking bad boy right there. Give me that fucking, close all that bullshit up there. 442, close all that nonsense up there. SPOOs above R1 again, primed and ready to go to the upside. Upside target on SPOOs. Whoop. 427.54 if we get a good report. I'm going to put out a poll here in the next 5 minutes and ask you what your thoughts are. I'm going to ask you a bunch of polls right now, and you tell me what you think is going to happen on these tickers into this close. Give me 5 seconds here. I'm going to set this up and start asking questions inside of the chat. What do we got here? Start asking some poll questions here. All right. Let's start asking some polls and see what you guys got for answers as we head into this close. And then we're going to talk about how to synthetically trade. If you want at home, you can open up the options chain, and we'll take a look around. Okay, so we're going to look at MSFT up 1, down 2, confirm. So I'm going to start a poll right now for you. This is for Microsoft, up or down. And then you have to vote. How you vote is, let me check real quick and see if it's showing up in your stream. Are you guys seeing this? This poll right now? I don't see any votes in this poll. Do you guys see a poll right now? Let me open this poll up. Oh, we got votes going on right now. Okay, cool. It's not in Twitch yet. Yeah, I got some votes going in on YouTube right now, but not Twitch. Streamlabs is not fucking doing well right now. You do I vote spacebar 1 or 2, up or down for Microsoft. Put that down there. You see it now? Yeah, so Microsoft vote, it's exclamation point vote spacebar 1 for up, or exclamation point vote spacebar 2 for down. So you can vote on this.
So looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 316 million to the buy side.
That's so weird. It's not the vote's not being calculated. I don't know why. I'm going to do another poll. I'm going to leave this poll up here for the next 5 minutes. We're going to close the poll in the next 3 minutes. Then we're going to go to a second poll. And we'll gather the results. We're going to do Microsoft, Google, Snap, and Visa. Yeah, it's not registering my votes here in the background. I guess when I close the poll, it might show the results. I don't know why it's not showing right now. I've got 2 votes right now. I'm having some technical difficulties with Visa. Looks like everybody's saying Microsoft's going up. That's what I can see right now. I'm looking at the YouTube chat right now and the good fate on a miss. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I would love to see Microsoft go. I think Microsoft for me is like a 6-month year out trade. It could make a nice holiday trade too if they can come down to reality. Spy squeezing up right now. Dude, I got to be honest with you guys. As we come into this close here, dude, I want to buy some fucking puts so bad. Like right on the bell, just buy some fucking cheap ass puts. I shouldn't be feeling like that though. Market's so far down that this is kind of like do or die, right? I know. I shouldn't be having those thoughts right now. Let's go to the Weeble chart here. Your top left screener is SPY, trying to squeeze up right now. You got Qs above my head as well, the 2 above there. I'm also going to turn on the chat box here so you can see that. See if I can sneak that chat box in so you can actually see the chat here. Oh, nope. And bring that chat up here. There you go. Microsoft's going to the moon. Do I have the poll in here? See if we can put the poll up here too. If you are just joining us today, we did open up the chat. So if you want to chat, you're more than welcome to. It's not only for members. On YouTube, you have to subscribe, I think, but it's free, and then you can chat freely. You want to discuss any of these reports that are coming out today. I don't know why I can't see this. Q's grinding up into the close right now. Another question for you. Are you going to close Q calls for the Qs right now in case there's a quick drop down and then buy some more at the bell or after the bell? Or what are you going to do with Qs here? You guys just riding hard and heavy? TXN catching a bid right now. I mean, it reminds me of Netflix so bad.
So we're looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 316 million to the buy side.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
I'm going to close this poll here. Let me see if it registers any of the votes here. So weird, man. It's not showing up at all. Yeah, yeah, this poll has been open for 8 minutes. Having real wonkiness here. I can't even close the poll if I want to. View active poll. I'm having real problems here where Streamlabs has just been real bad this whole week. Okay. We'll just close that poll for right now. And bring this down here. Maybe we put that right there. There's Visa right there. There's Microsoft. Some blood in Snap. Snap bleeding right now. People getting out of Snap. Snap trading's 975 right now. TXN ripping up into this bell right now. Microsoft still looking poised. Visa kind of dragging in right now. A lot of movement right now in Snap. A little bit of weakness here in SPOOs. TXN ripping right now into their bell. Snap, dude. 17% expected move in Snap. Thanks, Big Balls, for saying that the Twitch poll results are 67% up, 33% down. Yeah, I can't. I tried to shut it down on my end. I couldn't shut it down. I tried to, like on the back end here, I tried to shut it down, and it's like, it's not letting me shut it down on my end. I'm having like I'm trying to cancel it, can't cancel it. So I deleted the poll just then. Let me know if it deleted. How about in chat, rather than run polls, how about you let me know in the YouTube and the let me know in the YouTube and the Twitch chat what you think's going to happen here. Let me know if you think Snap's going to go to the moon. You think it sells
We're looking
off
now
and
to the
then comes
market on
back
close imbalance.
after the
1.7
27th?
billion to the buy side. So again, that's the market on close imbalance for the NYSE. 1.7 billion to the buy side.
TGT, remind me of that tomorrow, brother. To the point, we'll look at TGT. I don't want to talk about it right now, but I do like TGT. Yeah, Super Bowl, man, I'm in agreement with you. I closed my weekly SPY calls out, took the money and ran. It was almost 100% trade. I got a bunch of zero dates for today, and I'm about to buy some zero dates into this bell. I'm thinking to myself to leave the zero dates on. They're worthless. They're just pennies. I think I bought them for I was just buying them at like 3 cents, 5 cents, 1 cent. They're worth a penny right now. And then I was thinking to buy some puts into this fucking bell. Next 9 minutes or so, just go in there and just sneak out some puts, some like zero dates for pennies. I shouldn't be doing that. TLT cranking right now. Talked about that earlier. Thanks, Stacy. Yeah, if you're joining us for this reports today, please hit the like button if you could. If you want to share the stream somewhere, I'd appreciate that. The stream is free. We also have a Discord that's free.
10 minutes time now at the market close today, 4 p.m. Eastern time. Do expect the earnings report for Google's parent company, Alphabet, reporting Q3 earnings. So estimated EPS is seen at $1.45 with an estimated revenue of $63.04 billion.
I'm having all kinds of problems here on my end. All kinds of problems. Dude, I got to turn these ad breaks off on Twitch. How do I fucking stop ad breaks? I fucking shut off ad breaks, and God, I fucking hate Twitch sometimes. Thanks, Big Balls. Big Balls saying the poll ended with MSFT up 70%, down 30%. Here's the invitation to our Discord. I'm posting that. It's free. We got a bunch of traders in there. If you're a futures trader, hook up with David AMS. John L., hook up with him. SPY getting a bump right now to this close. Snap weak into the close. Yeah, I don't know how to turn off the fucking thing. Thanks, Big Balls, for pushing in the Discord invite. I'm having real problems on my end here. Like I got Discord. The Discord link's not showing up in. Hold on here. In YouTube that I can see. So there's a link for Discord. I want to take a chance to say thanks to all the moderators inside of these shows. I want to say a big thank you to the moderators and admins inside of Discord as well. John L., Raveology, Rob SFO, David AMS for all that you do, Chaz, Joe Donut, Quinn, if you're out there, for all you do out there. If you want to share this stream out there in the real world, if you can get on Twitter or whatever social media you're on, just share the stream. Tell your friends about it. I appreciate it. Costs nothing to chat. Costs nothing to be in the Discord. Costs nothing for anything we do. You can always follow Captain's Alpha for daily levels. SPY with a little bit of weakness right here in the final minutes. 354, a little bit of weakness here. Q's a little bit of weakness. Not unexpected. Google selling off right now. TXN coming off right now. Snap still doing its thing. Waste Management as well. It's so weird. It's like, does anyone use Snapchat? Yeah, heck yeah. If you're like, I think the people that use Snapchat are like kids, and then people cheating on their husbands. Stacy, it's used by people that, and then it's used by like people that don't want to be found out for dealing drugs and I don't know, street racing. A little bit of weakness right now here in SPY. Weakness in Qs. Panic at the Disco.
So 5 minutes away now to the top of the hour, where we do get the market close. Following this, earnings from Alphabet reporting Q3. So estimated EPS seen at $1.45 with an estimated revenue of $63.04 billion. So other earnings of note following the close today. So in just under 10 minutes time now at 4:05 p.m. Eastern time, Microsoft due to be printing Q1 earnings, estimated EPS of $2.66 with a revenue estimate of $54.54 billion. Also, Visa are reporting Q4 estimated EPS of $2.24 and an estimated revenue of $8.56 billion. So again, that's Alphabet coming in under 10 minutes time now. So around a 5 minutes time now, we're expecting Alphabet. Under 10 minutes time, expecting Microsoft and Visa.
A note here that tomorrow we're going to be looking in the morning at TGT, UPS, and ADP. Special shout out to Binky as well for all you do. I also want to thank the moderators and stuff from the streams. Career Low, thank you very much. Sam, if you're out there, thank you for all that you're doing in the background. We've got a bunch of people coming on board to record videos at nighttime and on Sundays. So you get the live stream, you're going to get some nighttime videos and Sunday stream. Website's opening up very soon. Still troubleshooting in the background. Some people have access to the tool. So we keep giving that to people. Snap bleeding off right now. 4 minutes left until some of these reports come out. Recovery in SPY and Qs. Google the recovery. TXN, baby, do it. Come on, TXN, you can do it. Give me that Netflix. You use WhatsApp for that? I love all of you out there. Love you too. Bloop, blurp, blop, love you too, man. TXN doing the creepy crawly up the wall. PTC Research, thanks for chiming in right now. Appreciate it, brother. The 24th day of the month finishes up most earnings seasons. It's a good recovery day from the 23rd of the month. We talked about placing a holiday trade now and then pissing people off on Twitter for the next 2 months. I've been talking about people, but I haven't been saying it publicly because everyone's on the Black Monday trade. So I'm like, yeah, I'll just be quiet about it. But this is the time to start making people angry and to get the Grinch people coming out, saying no holiday trade for you, banter across the board for the next couple months. Waste management, baby. Come on, TXN. Dude, Snap, dude. I was looking at all of Snap's earnings, the past 6 earnings, and it's like straight down, even if it's gonna go up. It's like no matter what, like last 6 earnings, maybe even more. High hopes here for Microsoft. Google got hopes for it, but I think it gets sold off. It's like Amazon, right? It's not really a day trader thing. It's like up, down, rinse, repeat. Have high hopes for Microsoft over time. I should repeat that. Over time, my preference would be to see Microsoft go down so I can buy that trade for about a year out. Snap, I'm bullish, but you know the options markets and you know the hedge funds that love to send it to the gutter. But I am bullish on it. So if it bleeds down, I'm interested in that trade as well after ER. I would love to see Snap, though, just rip faces off and get $12 and $19.
Estimated revenue at $63.04 billion. Again, Alphabet just under 1 minute.
Here we go, boys and girls. Oh, just look at Qs, man. A little bit of blood right now coming to the close on SPOOs and Qs. Prices all over the place. tech bulls need this to happen. Some blood right now in SPY. If you're looking to take those calls, you're almost there to take them.
Still waiting on these Alphabet earnings to come through.
Snap weak into the bell. A little bit of buyers stepping in right now. Google initially looking up. TXN looking like it's pretty good right now. Google going up right now. Q's, baby. Q's cranking 380. SPY cranking 424.
So seeing Microsoft earnings release first, EPS at $2.99. That's a beat on estimate of $2.66. A revenue posting a beat at $56.5 billion, an estimate of $54.54 billion. Intelligent cloud revenue is a beat at $24.26 billion, estimated $23.61 billion. A productivity revenue, $18.59 billion. That's a beat on estimate of $18.29 billion.
Now,
so their more personal computing revenue is also a
as
beat.
Microsoft comes into resistance, you're going to want to pull out of those calls on SPOOs.
$12.89 billion. So again, Microsoft there, they are posting beats across the board almost, with first quarter revenue at $56.52 billion on estimates of $54.54 billion.
Taking some money and running on SPY right now.
So Microsoft was slated to release at 5 minutes past. They have just released their earnings earlier there. And we are still waiting on Alphabet's earnings print to come through.
Microsoft's trading above its expected
stock
move to the
index
upside.
Is extending gains in post-market trade following Microsoft beats. Alphabet earnings coming through now. EPS beats $1.55 on estimates of $1.45. A revenue beat $76.69 billion, an estimate of $75.54 billion. Revenue ex-TAC even $64.05 billion, a beat on estimates of $63.04 billion. Other bets revenue $297 million, a beat on $258.8 million. Google and other revenue, that's a beat at $8.34 billion on estimates of $7.94 billion. Operating income, a miss at $21.34 billion on estimates of $21.44 billion. Google ad revenue, that's a beat at $59.65 billion on estimates of $58.94 billion. Google services revenue, that's a beat at $67.99 billion.
Doesn't matter.
Again, beating estimates of $66.89 billion. Google ads revenue, that's a beat at $7.95 billion on estimates of $7.8 billion. Google Cloud revenue is a miss at $8.41 billion.
Google.
Again, a miss on estimates of $8.6 billion. So pretty much beats across the board from Alphabet as well. However, there again, we did see there. So the Google Cloud revenue did miss estimates. Other than that, pretty good across the board for Alphabet as well. Did just note those gains from the Microsoft earnings print have been paired since the release of the Alphabet print. That's the S&P back trading up 0.5% on the session following Alphabet's earnings report.
Did you take the money and run on SPY, hopefully?
6% following the earnings report as well.
Getting some misses here and some downside moves. Google needed to clean slate it, did not do it. Microsoft pulling back from its expected move. Microsoft, we said yesterday and today we have higher hopes for Microsoft than Google. Not a fan of Google. TXN trading down into its anticipated move.
We are still expecting Visa to report in just under 1 minute's time now. I have heard from Alphabet and Microsoft already, though.
Snap bleeding right now, coming back to life right now, pumping or Snap trying to stay alive. Still haven't traded $8.13. Would have neither. That's what I'm saying. Like Google,
so just to repeat, I did see Alphabet shares. They are dropping post-market here, as this is following the Google Cloud revenue coming in below expectations.
TXN with a low of 138.98 currently. Waste Management not doing anything. Snap looking like it's being bought right back up again. I think that's a great play buying this Snap up unless something bad is happening. Microsoft still strong after the bell. We did a full report yesterday on Microsoft. You can catch that in yesterday's video. It was in the morning, I believe I did Microsoft and a long-term play on it. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of Google. And you know what's weird is yesterday I had really bad data on Google. And today CNBC was trying to push Google with some pro stuff. And I was like, what's this end of the day like pumping Google shit? Yeah, Chase, you know, it's like you wake up tomorrow, too, and where will SPY and Qs be? Right back where it closed, typically. Not always, but a lot of times, right? You wake up tomorrow morning, and whatever moves were had, we come right back to zero again. Earlier in the stream, we were talking about a 1-hour trend reversal on SPY, and that you can reopen calls again tomorrow on the open on a confirmation to the upside. Yeah, you know, Google has to like beat. Now, there is something to be said here. Look at Visa! Come on, Visa!
Seeing Visa earnings coming through now. That's their EPS. Is at
Hold on, I gotta do something here. Hold on.
Versus $1.86 year over year, with adjusted EPS beating at $2.33 on estimates of $2.24. Net revenues are beat at $8.6 billion, again on estimates of $8.56 billion. Total processed transactions, $56 billion, so that's a beat on estimates of $55.75 billion.
Oh, no.
This was at a constant currency plus 16%. And they did authorize a $25 billion multi-year share buyback
Visa.
program. Again, beats from Visa as well. Adjusted EPS at $2.33 on estimates of $2.24. Net revenue a slight beat at $8.6 billion. An estimate of $8.
Oh yeah, dude, Visa, shine it out, baby. Get that 242. Hit that 240. Give me 240. You got 240. Good job. Visa. Take the money and run. Give me that 242, baby. Tag it. 241.40, 241, 241.99. Oh, yeah, Visa. Q's turning around right now. Visa having a good report. Google, weak. I wouldn't call it. The thing about Google here is if they've given a good guidance, right, you could see Google be like, just, hey, let's buy the dip on Google and keep fucking trading it. So Google, we'll look at that one again tomorrow, rehash Google and see where it winds up if they get a good guidance. TXN still weak right now. Waste Management not doing much right here. Snap working its way back up. Microsoft holding itself up, trading just above its expected move. Visa trading into its expected move just now. I am selling Visa right now. I started selling Visa and I'm like, will there be continuation? I'm like, fuck that, I'm out of here. I'm fucking out of here. I'll come back in February and I got rid of fucking Verizon. Like, just come back in February, come back in April, look at it again. All right, so out of Visa. Bye-bye, Visa. Suck it. And look at it reverse right now. It's probably keep going up, but get me the fuck on out of there. Let those fucking dealers do their thing. Let those fucking funds do their thing. I didn't get any TXN. I want to buy TXN, though. If they can get low enough, I'll get TXN. SPY holding up right now. SPY looks like it's holding its hourly. No problem. Hold the hell. It's 5 minute as well. GOOG, man, needs a good fucking meeting, dude. Somebody get over to to Alphabet headquarters and tell them to just say AI 10 times as they click their heels. Snap! Oh! Tagged 1149. Are they getting their $12 right now? Do they get the 20? Snap with a report that looks fucking great. The last like 6 reports, maybe even more, are horrible. Go Snap, go baby. Go Snap, go. Woohoo! Did you get lottos on Snap? Oh, drink that lotto Kool-Aid on Snap, baby. Wall Street Bets is going to be fucking on fire on Snap overnight. On fire. Yes. Are you trading Snap ER? Let me know. Did you buy those fucking shitty calls on Snap? Hopefully it holds. Yeah. Yeah, you got the 1 out of 6, dude. I gotta find it. Hold on a second here. Oh, I gotta look at how many horrible fucking earnings they've had. Hold on a second here. Even when they've had good earnings. Oh, dude, Snap. Yes. Fuck yes, Snap. Sorry. Yes. Please, Snap. Please go higher. There's somebody out there right now going, fucking do not trade above your. So the expected move on Snap today, 17% expected move to $11.42. Let me show you some Snap shit here. Hold on here. Let me show you guys some Snap shit here. So Snap, right? Take a look right where my cursor is right here. Hold on. Let me mute this thing. Hold on a second here. Let me show you guys something here. So Snap, right? Follow my cursor, right? Follow this stuff right here. Look at this stuff right here. These are Snap's ERs, right? Down, down, down even when it's going up, right? Look at this. Check this thing. Check this out. Right? That's the last 3. Look at this one. Down, down, bloodbath. Right? Down. This is April 21, right? They got 1 up. February, not since February 3rd, 2022. October 21st, 2021, down. Fucking Snap, dude. So now you got people out there that are like, probably like, oh, this is an easy win for me on Snap. And they're just begging and hoping that it does not open above tomorrow. So I'm fascinated to see what Snap does, how it opens tomorrow. Guaranteed people are going to be biting nails on Snap tomorrow. So nothing here in Waste Man. Looks like they're going to be likely reporting later. Maybe we got the time wrong or something like that, or they don't report until 5:30 or something like that. TXN, not hearing anything right now. Google limping in. Visa, looks like some profit taking going on there. Microsoft hanging tough right now, holding the market up. Did Snap save the tech bulls? I don't know, but I would love to see Snap just run before the open tomorrow. Would love to see it. Yeah, and Snap had, so they didn't have a beat on their, so what, they didn't have a beat on their revs? Or what about, so the thing that Snap said is they just had like a meeting or something, right? They're like, we're turning everything around. We're going to like invade and be a new social media company. I was like, I don't know about that, but it is shorted the fuck to hell anyways. No, $78. All right, easy with the $78. Easy. No, so 1.11 was the estimate. Gotcha. Yeah, 1.1 or 1.11 billion was the estimate. Let me see what Twitch is saying right now. Yeah, Beartown Sheriff, right? It's like that. Like that's the thing about Snap is like, bing, we hit the upside target, boom, we hit the downside target, and then the move comes later. Was that the first time Snap made profit? I believe it. Oh, it was. You're saying it was. I believe that too. I definitely believe that. Dude, like, we just went through what, 9 reports or something like that, and it's fucking like miss, burn.
Following the close of the US cash equities markets and the release of those earnings reports, just going to give you guys a quick market wrap of the
Yeah, it looks
session
like
today.
they beat. Looks like they
So
beat.
stocks
So
rose after their longest slide this year, with bond market volatility abating and
Snap's
traders
still
waiting for a
moving.
raft of earnings. In late trading, Microsoft climbed, while Google's parent Alphabet dropped after reporting results. The S&P 500 halted a 5-day drop, while the Nasdaq gained 1%. Bullish forecasts from Verizon, 3M, and General Electric lifted the shares. Meta Platforms fell after being sued by California and a group of states over harmful youth marketing claims.
Let's look at
Treasury
Meta at some
10-year
point.
yields
Before
edged
we
lower,
close,
following
before we stop
Monday's
the
intense
broadcast, we're going to look at
volatility.
Meta. I
Bitcoin
wanna
in the
talk to you
crypto
about
space
Meta.
topped $35,000, and in commodities, oil slid below $84 a barrel. So investors looking to the earnings season for a dose of good news are hanging their hopes on big tech. The 5 biggest companies in the S&P 500, being Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, and Nvidia, account for about a quarter of the benchmark's market cap. So their earnings are projected to jump 34% from a year earlier on average, according to average analyst estimates compiled by economists.
So we're going to look at Meta. All right, so we'll look at Meta quickly right now. We're gonna rehash and revisit Meta again. We have to rehash Meta tomorrow because, dude, Meta is a big ass play. It's as good as Microsoft. That, dude, like, we're gonna talk Meta again tomorrow. But we're gonna quickly, before we end the broadcast, we're gonna look at Meta. So I'm gonna switch over right here really quick. So put my camera up there, my web frame up there. We're going to look at Meta here, and the reason being is, let's say Microsoft went down today. This would be the same conversation for Microsoft, okay? This looks like bullshit excuse. Anytime news comes out on these tickers, looks like a scam to me. It always smells like scam to me. It might not smell like to you. You tell me what the news is, and I'll tell you what they're trying to do, which is, in my view, get a better price. So we're going to look at Meta. Let's take a look at it and see what it's saying about. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, see, Meta does not look bad to me at all. Not as, this is like panic, right? Hold on a second here. I mean, just look at this, right? Blast down, back up over here on Meta. Let's take a look at Meta in a higher time frame. Don't be thinking about Meta like on a 1-minute basis. Let's look at Meta on a daily chart. Oh, yeah, man. Just what I want, dude. Just what I want. So on a daily basis, okay, I want to buy Meta. Why do I want to buy Meta? Why are you like, hey, Cap, why the fuck do you want to buy Meta? I would want to buy it down here, believe it or not. This 280 down here. Maybe I'll get my wish down here. But even saying that, I'm bullish on Meta. So this accumulation that's going on a weekly basis and this availability for a monthly basis accumulation, and you see this monthly coming up right now, it is just cranking, ready to push Meta up. So this is just long-term view, okay? Not intraday shit, not weekly shit. And what do I want to see happen? So for Meta, right? I want to see Meta. I don't care what any of this is. I want to see Meta come down and then scoop this up. So Meta, look at this is look at this. Oh, I just got a dip buy here, Cap. I wish I could have bought that down there at $300 and added that. But anyways, if we can get any more blood down in here and grab that 278, I want that big old wedge buy, and I want to own this shit or own some, not quite leaps maybe, but I want this trade for 2024. And I did an in-depth analysis on this on yesterday, I believe. We're going to come back tomorrow and look at the reasons to buy Meta. And I find it hilarious that Meta has this demand right here. They're just buying this up like it's nobody's business on the 30-minute. I didn't get a chance to buy down here, but I totally fucking would have. So I missed this one today. We did talk about it, and we did talk about that I didn't care whatever this was, that I want that down move. We got a down move, not what I wanted. But hopefully we continue to get some downside movement so I can jump on that trade. I really want that trade bad. See that daily just moving up right here. See that daily moving up. See that weekly moving up. See that monthly moving up. Very bullish on Meta, even with that news. I know that goes against what you guys think or say out there, but that's what I'm looking for from Meta. Now, into tomorrow, right? I'm going to be looking for a dip buy into tomorrow. So hopefully it's showing SPY
Just
looking a
as
little bit weak
reminder,
right now.
Or close to the bottom of the hour, do you see the release of the weekly API stock change numbers? Crude oil stock change forecast at 1.55 million on the prior minus 4.383 million.
Yeah.
Cushing stock change saw a prior of minus 1.005 million. Distillate stock change a prior of minus 0.612 million. And gasoline stock change a prior of minus 1.578 million.
Yeah.
Keep in mind as well, at the bottom of the hour, Alphabet's earnings call is scheduled to get underway.
Yeah, I've got no I got like any chance to buy Meta. If you get any kind of bullshit news, bad news, anything like that, it is a buy and fucking buy. Like Microsoft, if they gave bad news today, auto buy. Microsoft, Meta, two best long-term stocks, or best trades for a mild recession trade if you're looking for that in tech. Microsoft ripped right off the bell. Microsoft earlier gets sold down. Get me into Microsoft, or get me into Meta. Please get me into Meta. Google, dude, Google has to shine, man. Google's like a trader, like buy the dip, sell the rip, buy the dip, sell the rip. It's like an old man stock. It's like it's like your local financial advisor ticker.
By TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Turn this off right here. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I appreciate you showing up today. See you guys tomorrow in the morning, and I'll be back with you for tomorrow's reports. We're going to go do an in-depth analysis. Did anybody here pick up any triple leverage stuff for DIA, like SDAO up, SDAO down? Anybody like trading the reports that are coming out in the morning? Let me know. I think there's a good trade there for DIA tomorrow. And then what else I got for you? That's about it. I'm going to review tomorrow, any of the reports. I'm going to go through them in an in-depth analysis on any of those reports tomorrow. And we're going to do an analysis on what reported today and see if there's any pickings to pick up, any tickers to short down into tomorrow as well. We'll take a look at TXN tomorrow and WM as well. All right, you guys have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow, baby. Thanks for showing up. Please hit a like button. If you're on YouTube, leave a comment not in the chat, but down in the video. I'd appreciate it. And I'll see all of you guys tomorrow.